Hello? Yeah, it's just that's this. Test, audio test. So yeah, it is the latest. No, it's not great. It was. Yeah. Yeah. And
Okay, I think we will just kick off. How's the volume right at the back? Can you hear me okay? Yeah, it's okay. Do you want it up or down, or is it fine? Up a bit more? Yeah. Mail, if you turn us up a little bit, that'll be great. Oh, that sounds better. Yes. Perfect. Cool. Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for coming along. This is really cool. And it's nice to be out of the heat. We were in a courtyard yesterday, outside courtyard yesterday in Liverpool, which was amazing to be sitting outside. And when we came in here, I said, "Oh no, we're going inside." And then you come in and you go, "Oh, but inside's got the air conditioning." Oh, bliss. So if you don't know me, count yourself lucky. My name's Colin McDonald. I've been in the industry for about 30 years, involved in various things. I was producer of the early Grand Theft Auto games, studio manager at Real Time Worlds. I was a games commissioner at Channel 4 for a number of years, where various people knew me. But mostly I've been involved in the Scottish games industry. And about 5-6 years ago, I was went down so well. I've been doing it every sort of 4-6 months ever since. So as of last night, because we've done this in Newcastle and Liverpool this week, we've now done 21 Games Talks Live events to date. So Manchester is number 22. And although I did the very first one just to kind of get a free bar, I know I'm shallow. However, what I've realised after the fact is that one of the main benefits of these events is just to get everyone in a city together as an industry. You know, in Dundee, we didn't meet each other very often other than overseas. And it was just great to invite everyone from all the local companies along. We put on a bunch of talks. I ended up with too many speakers the first time. So we've settled on a format of 10-minute talks. So everything's quite snappy. It means we can have a huge range. We can have junior folk, senior folk, technical folk, management folk, artistic folk, everything, and just get a huge range of everything. The only rule, if you like, is no recruitment. The minute we start having recruitment at an event, some studios will not encourage their folk to come along. So I don't care if you're speaking, sponsoring, whatever it is, no recruitment, but anything other than that, we'll just get a really interesting range of talks. So that was one purpose, was just to get everyone together. We'll hear some interesting talks, we'll get to meet each other. But the more I did it, the more I realized actually an almost more important benefit is that we've got loads of people either outside the games industry in a region or outside the region. And they want to come up. They wanted to come up to Scotland. And I know from some of the people who've got here tonight, they want to come along to Manchester and meet the local games community. So, you know, you'll see as we go through the day, we've got a bunch of publishers that have travelled especially to be here. You know, they've come up from London. We've got a bunch of developers that have come down from Scotland to be here. We've got Yuki, we've got all sorts of organisations that have come along because they want to meet you. They just need an excuse. So someone just has to put on a little event and it provides the focus for folk interested to come along. So I know there are some other Manchester events, but I think there's scope for tons more. I know some people in the audience, Mr. Mike Rose, would love there to be even more. So it's great. But what struck me is how easy it is to get all these folk visiting because they want to come and visit. I mentioned Universal Music sponsored the bar, the first one. Unfortunately, I couldn't get them to sponsor this one, so there is no free bar, I'm afraid. However, the bars are open. There's a bar upstairs. We do want this to be a safe, inclusive environment, so we should just all look after each other. So if you see someone looking uncomfortable, please just check they're okay. Don't leave drinks unattended. We've also got a bunch of folk here that are probably at the first event, either ever or certainly for quite some time since COVID. So if you see someone looking a little bit lost, just say hello to them. The point of this is just to make new connections and get to know everyone. We have a fairly busy schedule. Talks are just 10 minutes each, as I said. Please do give everyone a big round of applause as they speak. But the point of them speaking in 10 minutes, there's only so much detail folk can go into. The point of them speaking is really to be the start of the conversation. So use the networking breaks and follow up with all the speakers. That's why they're here. They're here to meet everyone. So if you want to find out more, if you want to pitch your game, if you want to, whatever it is, just follow up with all of our speakers. This is being live streamed. We have had a nightmare with audio all week. We think the audio is going out on this live stream, except it's using a low quality microphone going out. So hopefully you can still hear me and see me if you're watching online. Welcome. Apologies, we've had problems last night. Today's looking okay. If you want to chat, for those watching online, if you want to chat, you can go onto the Discord. The link is discord.gamestalks.live. Punch that into a browser and it will redirect you to the Discord page where you can chat to anyone else that's watching online. It's primarily an in-person event because of the networking, but hopefully you can still enjoy the talks at least, and they will all be recorded and up on the YouTube afterwards. Everything's being recorded. I'll shoot a couple of videos as we go throughout the day. We'll do a little montage video afterwards. If anyone doesn't want to appear in any of those, however fleetingly, just give me a shout. I want to thank all of our sponsors. This tour came about because folks in Liverpool and Newcastle, it's been one of those weeks, Liverpool and Newcastle saw what was happening with the Scottish events and said, oh, can you bring them here? We think that the community here would benefit. So I need to thank Invest North East, Newcastle Gateshead Initiative, University of Liverpool, Invest Liverpool, as well as Johnson Carmichael, Pocket Sized Hands, LCR Connect and Fallen Planet Studios. And because we were doing Liverpool and Newcastle, it just made sense to do Manchester, even though there's no local sponsors. But my hope is we do this, and if everyone thinks it's of value, hopefully we drum up a bit more support to do it again in the future. One of the other things we always do with these events, and I think we've done it since the very first one, which I think is absolutely amazing, is raise a couple of quid for a good cause. So this week we're raising money for Special Effect, which is an amazing charity that enables people that can't ordinarily play games to be able to enjoy them. So if somebody maybe doesn't have any physical motion, they'll adapt an eye tracker system so that they can play racing games or whatever. They can, if somebody has a little bit of physical mobility, they can adapt a controller so that people can play all sorts of games. They literally change people's lives. People that don't have a lot of joy in their lives get to play games like the rest of us, get to play our games, the games that we're making. It's an amazing charity that does brilliant work. So a bunch of companies have put up some great prizes. We will do a raffle at the end of tonight. If you were at Newcastle or Liverpool and bought a ticket earlier in the week, we'll do the draw tonight for the raffle you've entered. We will do that about 9:30-ish. We'll see how we do on timings. The way it works is you basically go online to buy a raffle ticket. You make a donation at the Just Giving page. If you go to raffle.gamestalks.live or just scan that QR code, that'll take you straight to the Just Giving page. That'll be up in every break, so just scan that whenever you want. For every £5 you donate, we'll assign you one raffle ticket. So if you donate £20, you'll get 4 unique numbers in the raffle when we draw it, and each one of those, so you could come away with four different prizes. So every £5 you get one raffle ticket. Just remember, when you make your donation, if you leave your name and or your email, just so that we know who's made what donation. We've had a couple of times where we've pulled the winning ticket and it's like, and the winner is anonymous. Oh, great. So please don't miss out on your prizes. Leave your name. Just to rattle through the prizes, we have a limited edition copy of Superliminal, thanks to Super Rare Games. We have 3 copies of Total War 3 Warhammer Limited Edition, thanks to Creative Assembly. We have a PS4 pack of games, thanks to P-Cube. We've got a Nintendo Switch pack of games, also thanks to P-Cube, as well as a PS5 pack of games, thanks to P-Cube. Ubisoft have given up a Rainbow Six goodie bag. It's got a collection of figurines and card packs and a few other things, I think. We've got a book of the fantasy art of Oliver Frey, for those of you that go back to the 80s like me. We have a skateboard courtesy of Radical Forge. I've been told you can't learn to skate on it, it's just for art. But it is for art, if I win it, I'm getting lessons. Thanks to Wired Productions, we have the Black Label box set 1 and 2. Also thanks to Wired Productions, the Martha is Dead Collector's Edition. Modern Wolf, the publisher, have given up a key for their entire back catalogue, as have Raw Fury, who have given up a publisher all key for Steam. So a whole load of prizes. So your odds are pretty good. So get donating. The money goes to a great cause regardless. Scan that QR code, punch in raffle.gamestalks.live if you're watching online. Every £5 donated gives you one raffle ticket. I would also like to thank our venue, Pixel Bar, for hosting us this evening. Is Craig around? Ah, perfect. This is Craig, the manager, who it would just be great to hear from briefly.
Hi guys, so yeah, I'm Craig. I'm one of the 3 owners of Pixel Bar. So we opened in Leeds back in 2019, and then this Manchester venue we opened in November 2021, so coming up on 2 years now. Yeah, a little bit about me. I am the world's worst bartender, so if you see me behind there later, order from someone else. That's why we've got the lovely Tia and Joe up here who are serving you drinks. We've also got the bar upstairs. You're more than welcome to head up there and use it if this one's getting a little busy. In terms of when it comes to the networking time, utilise this area. Utilise the PC room that we have through there, which is also really cool to come and check out as well. And then feel free to head upstairs as well and utilise that bar area and stuff. It just might be a bit busy with other customers. Yeah, myself, my journey into both bar ownership and I guess the games industry, we can consider ourselves in a little bit with a venue, a little bit different. I'm traditionally a scientist, got a master's in chemistry, worked in economics, and then I had the joy of, I guess, what you guys all have in that you work in an industry that you're passionate about, what you love. And I was like, well, I want some of that. I really don't enjoy numbers and economics anymore. And so I made a really daft decision to open a bar 3 months before COVID kicked in. So yeah, that was the best decision of my life. Genuinely was the best decision of my life, but at the time didn't seem too wise. But yeah, recognise a few of you guys here today. I know there's a lot of game devs in Manchester and in Leeds. Good to see, and it's very, very rewarding for us when we see that you guys genuinely just come in and enjoy this venue as it's intended, which is a place for gamers, by gamers. If you are a publisher who does local multiplayer, a couch co-op sort of thing, Pixel Bar, as an essence, is exactly what developers have in mind when they are doing a game like that. I won't go on too much long with things, but yeah, I'm here for the next few hours. So in the networking breaks, if you want to say hi, come grab me. And yeah, have a good evening.
No, thank you very much, Greg, for letting us be here, and thank you to all the staff for serving us drinks all evening. So thank you for that. You don't really want to hear my dulcet Scottish tones all evening, so I thought we should have someone local to introduce all of our amazing speakers. So we have a compere for this evening, who is no less amazing than our speakers. He has gaming roots in Manchester deeper than anyone else here, I imagine, going back to Ocean Software and Chilingo. For those of you that know those names, I'm hoping I'm not the only one that old. All the way up to recent times, running his own marketing consultancy, and he's now head of publishing at fast-growing studio Radical Forge. I don't think he really needs an introduction when we're in Manchester, but let's give a warm welcome to Mr. Stephen Hay.
I don't know what Colin's on about, man. You know, I want some local colour to the whole thing. We don't know what he's on about with my posh RP accent. So, but anyway, I'm just going to shut up and just be the conduit to which all this amazing people are going to come and talk to you, who will make a lot more sense than I will, because my content's going to get progressively worse if I have a sniff of the bad person's apron through the day. I don't even know why I'm looking at the script like I've read it. But the next speaker, our first speaker, is going to open the show in a spectacular fashion, is Anna Manson from BFI, who used to do sofas and stuff, and then they went into make. Oh, is that DFS? I don't know. Dyslexic. Don't laugh. Actually, I think we need to have a tribunal. But now, obviously, you know, we all like to have free money and video game tax relief. Changed the name now, rebranded it to be calling it like Alan or something. So we need to know more about this. So with that, I'm going to hand over to Anna Manson.
Very much. I'm also a union rep, so yeah, I'll take on the tribunal. So, hi everyone, my name's Anna. As Stephen and Colin just said, I'm head up the certification unit at the BFI. I think there's a few familiar faces here, which is nice to see. How many of you have been through the tax relief? Want to put your hands up? Brilliant, that's good. So I'm just going to give you a very, very brief overview of the video games tax relief, why we think it's important for you to know about it. We've had it since 2014, what it's worth. I'm also going to touch on a fund that we have at the BFI, which is part of our global screen fund. It's called the International Business Development Strand, and that is open to games developers as well. But predominantly, I don't run that fund, but predominantly I do video games tax relief for my team. I also want to thank Colin because he's invited us every time he's done these talks over the last 5 or 6 years. And it's really important for us to make sure we get out and about across the UK that everyone can access the tax relief for video games. And one more thing, I know some of you may already be aware that yesterday the government announced a big suite of initiatives they're putting into the creative industries, and one of those was an extra 5 million to the UK Games Fund. So yeah, there'll be more details about that. I know Paul from the UK Games Fund is doing a panel at Develop, so I'm sure he'll be able to give you more information about that if you're heading to Develop. So I better crack on, so I've already done 2 minutes. I've only got 8 left. And this isn't working. Why is it down?
Let me fix it.
Okay, cool. Okay, so why? It's worth money to you. You can get up to 20% of your budget back in video games tax relief. So if you have a £100,000 budget, it is capped at 80%. So if you're spending all that money in the UK, it would be capped at 80,000, and the rate is 25% of that 80,000. So you'll get up to 20,000 back, which is a significant chunk of money. Now you can't get it in advance, although there are lenders now that will lend against it. If you look around, there are people that do lend against it. Barclays is one of them, and there's lots of people you can ask around. that you can get loans in advance if you need to have it in advance. But you can, if you can't do that, you can claim it as you incur. So if you have a year-long development window, and you've done 6 months worth of development, spent 50 grand, for example, you've got an interim certificate from us, which is the cultural test, and I'll quickly go over that in a moment. Then you can claim that on that 50,000 as you incur, and you can set your own accounting periods as well. So it is a decent chunk that you can get out, and it's really important. The government, we may have a new government in 18 months' time, but all of the different parties are committed to the tax relief. They see the benefit of them. It adds a huge value to the economy as well. So the qualifying criteria. So you must have a UK company registered with Companies House, and that company has to be responsible for making the game from pre-dev through to completion. Sorry, I do film and TV as well, so I keep slipping into production. So from pre-dev through to completion. If you've done a prototype, as long as you haven't gone into full development, that's fine. You just make sure you set your company up at that point, and it's very quick and easy to set up a company. You have to be spending at least 25% of your budget in the UK or the EEA. Now, the tax relief is going to be changing to an expenditure credit. There's nothing, the one negative for the games industry is that you will lose the EEA expenditure, but it's going to be, there's a transition period, so it won't be straight away when it's introduced, but there are other benefits to the new system they're bringing in. So there's nothing negative about what government is doing, bringing in the new expenditure credits. Game has to be intended for supply. That can be free to play, but it just has to be intended for supply to the public. You have to qualify as British through the cultural test. It's a points-based system, and that's the part we do. We're the first part of the process to access the tax relief. It's a points-based system. It's based on cultural content, cultural contribution hubs and practitioners. The pass mark is 16. You can get the pass, you can pass in Section A alone, but if you can't pass, if you don't get all the points in Section A, there are other categories you can get points in. I have a couple of leaflets with me if people want the more detailed breakdown. I'm just confined to time, so I can't go into detail about it. But there's other guys here that have done it before that can also talk you through. If you are unsure, if you go through the culture test and think, oh, my game won't qualify, please email us, phone us, catch us at an event and talk it through with us, because if you're a UK-based developer, you should probably be able to pass the test. The one thing that trips people up is just not setting the company up. It's not qualifying for the cultural test. So the new expenditure credits. So we are moving over to I can't say this. I am going to call them Alan because it's a lot easier. So, we're going to move over to Alan. We're moving over to VCheck, Video Games Expenditure Credits. The legislation hasn't been laid, but government has put out the proposal. You can look on, if you want to see the consultation and the government's response, you can go on the government website to find it. Now, there's a rate here it's suggesting that it will be going up to 34%. It's not going up to 34%. It's an equivalent rate because the money will be given out in a different way. So the equivalent rate will be 25.5%. So that's the little bonus you're going to be getting. It will be 0.5% more. We don't know the details of how it will be given out yet. That will come hopefully in the next few months, because that's when the legislation will be laid, and they hope to introduce it in January. And as soon as we have more details, I think maybe not by Develop, but maybe with Colin's doing another round of Scottish tours in autumn, then we'll have more information and give you a bit more detail about it. The things that remain the same, doing the cultural test, company requirements, the 80% cap. As I said, EEA expenditure will go, and the criteria for the giving out tax relief will be based on used and consumed in the UK. And there will be a transitional period, as I said. It will be the BGTR will sunset in 2027. How am I doing for time?
3 minutes.
Oh, cool. I only have 1 minute for this last night. Right, so these aren't my slides, so I'm just going to give, there's a lot of information on them. But they will be available afterwards if you want to look in more detail. I would suggest that you do have a look on our website and look at the criteria. So UK Global Screen Fund, when we exited Europe, we have also exited the Creative Europe scheme, unfortunately. We now have what is called the UK Global Screen Fund, which has 3 strands. This international business development strand is open to games developers as well. but it's a company-based one. It's not, so video games tax relief is project by project. This is for companies, and it's to support the development of the screen content business, to generate revenue through export and international expansion. So you need to be a bit more established. This is the criteria. So you need to be a bit more established. You have to have a credit, and you need to be in your third year of operations. But it's about growing your business. So you can get grants between 50,000 up to 200,000 total over a 3-year period. This is only the second year. We did a pilot year last year for the whole of the Global Screen Fund. And in the first year, some of the games recipients were Blazing Griffin, who I'm sure you all know, Revolution, SFB Games, and Sketchbook Games, Mark Battler, if you know Lost Words. So there's a range, and they got a range of different funding. Now, there is only one application cycle per year, but it closes in a few weeks. So do have a look at it. It might be worth you having a crack at that. Chris Phillip, who runs the fund, some of you may know, he used to run Game Anglia. So he's the one running the fund, so get in touch with Chris if you want to know more about it. I've actually got 1 minute left.
20 seconds.
Sorry? What was that? Oh no, you don't hear the singing. Anyone got a question? Hey, no, there's one. Great. In terms of the cultural test, so in terms of the criteria and cultural content, there's on screen, you can get points for setting, if it's set in the UK, EA, or undetermined location, same for characters. And then A3 is that if it's a British or European story on screen or the underlying material. So if it's set in America with American characters, but the underlying material is your content, is something you've created, you get the underlying material point. So it doesn't matter if your game's not set in the UK or it's not set in space or anything like that. You will be able to get points in other sections. And that's the kind of example we'd say, come and get in touch with us and we'll talk you through how you can get the points. The one example I always like to give is if somebody wanted to make, and no one wants to make this game, but if somebody wanted to make a game of West Side Story, obviously set in America with the American characters and Puerto Rican characters, I think that's right. No, I'm coming, okay. But the underlying material is Shakespeare because it's based on Romeo and Juliet, so you get the 4 points for Romeo and Juliet. And in terms of language, it's not just for dialogue, it's text-based instructions. And also in terms of puzzle games, you're probably not going to get points for setting the characters, but you'll get points in other sections. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Anna. So if I wanted to build a game based in a post-apocalyptic world where the world is burning and with food shortages, and we're fine setting that in like Charlton, aren't we? Because it's all good. Forget the postman and the red phone boxes. It's all gone to pot. Anyway, next. And I really apologise because I've not met Bavinder Bakada. But Bavinder's joined UKE, UKE, which is a UK, you know what UKE is. If you don't get out. But Bavinder's joined as head of communications and campaigns. So they're going to tell us some excellent stuff about UK.
It was close. It's Bavina, but that was impressive. I've had some absolute horrendous ones. Fair play. So my name's Bavina. I work as head of comms and campaigns at UKE. If you don't know what UKE is a trade association for the games industry. So our job is to champion the industry to those wonderful people in government, because it is not a shit show. Sorry for swearing, but it's the only way to describe what it is like at the moment. So I joined about 2.5 months ago. I spent about a decade in the lobbying industry. Yes, you can call me evil if you want. But I actually worked for a manufacturing trade body. And when I left, someone said to me, "You're like a metaphor for Britain. moving from manufacturing to the video games industry. And I thought, that's probably a good way to describe it. And I haven't looked back since in the 2.5 months. So why am I here? Why are you hearing from a comms and campaign specialist? Because all we do is spin, right? Actually, when I was speaking to Colin, I think there's a lot that we could probably learn from other industries, what other industries do well, and how we can really jump on the platform and the springboard that we've had in the last couple of months to shout about our amazing sector. Now, I'm going to confess, I don't play a lot of games, or at least I thought I didn't play a lot of games. And that's what I'm going to share actually today, because more people than you realize play video games. In Parliament, MPs, civil servants, stakeholders, more people play video games than you realize. So when you are having conversations with people, make sure that you don't underestimate the knowledge that they have about games. Because often from the outside, and I'm a self-confessed outsider, it can feel like a club you can't get into because you don't understand the background, you haven't played the game. So what I was trying to say to you guys is don't do that. Actually assume that they do play some games and that they can get involved. I got it, we got it. I'm just gonna, that's a very heavy laptop. Thanks for the noise, by the way. But... that fault, yeah. We got it? It's like a metaphor for the government. Anyone an engineer? Shall I test it out? Feels loose. Sure. Feels very loose. I'm just going to leave that there. We'll be all right. We'll be all right. Okay. I hope you're not including that in the time. Right, should we start again? We'll start again. So, in true comms fashion, there's 5 things that I want you to remember from my talk today. Right. So the first is don't underestimate how many people play games. So when you speak to an MP, or you speak to a civil servant, or you speak to your local person somewhere here who wants to find out about what you do, don't underestimate how much they know. Make them feel part of that club, because you're all really inclusive, you're all amazing to talk to. So don't, just make sure that you include them as part of that club. The second thing is try and pivot away from talking about how cool the industry is to how strategically important it is. Don't get me wrong, I love going to work in my Nikes. I love wearing jeans after working in the manufacturing sector for so long. All those things are amazing. I love visiting studios, hearing about everything you do. But sometimes that appears like you don't take things seriously. To some people. Now that's a hard message to swallow, but I'm going to do it because I'm new. Instead, realize that the video game sector is so strategically important to the UK economy. It took a self-confessed geek of a prime minister to host the very first number 10 showcase on Downing Street. It was incredible, and it wouldn't have happened unless Rishi Sunak and actually his wife were video game fans. If they weren't, we wouldn't have had that. And actually, they then realized, along with the secretaries of state that attended, the ministers that attended, suddenly video games is more than cool. It creates high quality jobs, like here in Manchester. The GBA worth over 5 billion, where 80% of that is outside of London and the Southeast. That's massive. They talk about leveling up. You're already doing it. So shout about that. Because numbers and figures and those kind of things, value for money, contribution to GDP, are the things that they understand. And when you push at that door, it will open. Trust me on that. The third thing I would say is, politics sucks right now, but policy making is really important, and you all should be engaging in that. So that means shaping the decisions that impact your businesses. So actually influencing those decisions. So that means talking to your local MP, sharing on Twitter, actually, these are the barriers that my business are facing. These are the opportunities that I can see. So that when people suddenly see all of this communication happening, they can say, right, I know in Manchester, here are the top 3 things that games businesses are asking for. Because at the moment, it's hard for them to understand that. And that's how you can translate what you need to people who might not necessarily understand the sector. And the 4th thing is always try and paint a picture of what you're doing or the issues you face, etc., but try and link it to the big challenges we face as an economy. AI, technological change, workforce, hybrid working, all those kind of things. Make sure you're connecting it to those big issues, because that's how people understand what matters to you guys. If you start talking about something super niche, someone's just going to switch off because they don't understand it, particularly with people who make decisions, because they can't know everything. So it's your job, in a sense, to dumb it down and then connect it to something that they will understand. And again, when you do that, suddenly those doors open, and suddenly when they hear about something like AI or self-regulation, they'll say, actually, I need to speak to the games industry because I know it will impact them. And then the last thing, don't boo me, okay? Don't be your own worst critic. There are plenty of people out there who will find any excuse to blame the games industry for addiction, for gambling, all sorts of things. Do not shine a spotlight on that. Make sure at every opportunity you are pushing positive stories about what you do, the change you make. And in just 2.5 months, I've seen the work that has been done in the games industry about ED&I, equality, diversity, inclusion. It's incredible. You should be so proud of that. Climate change, all the work you do with Playing for the Planet, it's incredible. You do so much more than most other sectors. So do not shine a spotlight on your negative problems. We know they exist, and as Yuki, we will do everything we can to fix that. But when you're speaking publicly and you're telling people, yeah, games is cool, but actually it's strategically important. I create jobs. I invest in my local area. Be your own hype man, woman. Do that, because that's what the industry needs. And actually the best industries, that's what they do. Manufacturing was a perfect example of that. It's been in decline for like 20 years, but they seem to be at the heart of everything that government does. But it should be the games industry. So I'm just going to recap that really quickly so you don't forget. Okay, guys? First, don't underestimate how many people play games. Second, pivot to talking about how strategically important the sector is. Engage in politics and policy making. That one's hard, but it's worth it. Always think about the big picture and future challenges, and don't be your own worst critic. You do those 5, I guarantee we'll have another number 10 showcase and you will be there and not at Pixel Bar. But although Pixel Bar, you can come with us as well. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you so much. As Colin alluded to earlier, I've been in games for a long time, for 30 years, nearly to the day, ridiculously. I'm still alive. And I've never been prouder of this industry and the products that we offer and the accessibility that we do and the lives we transform. And I think if anyone is any doubt of that, go to the Special Effect website and just spend 5 minutes on it. And if you're not crying, you're dead inside, essentially. And so that's a good, so we'll put that barcode up, QR code, sorry, up for people get on the raffle as well, because it's the odds are good actually. I mean, I help to bag myself one of those planks, as the kids say. But we're going to break now for 20 minutes. The other thing that you should bear in mind is that the last event. The last people to come up are the robot chef people. I've seen Boonley Next. How can it be? However, Derek, who's seen this thing twice, says it's the greatest mind-blowing thing you've seen in video games for a long, long time.
I can't confirm.
Yes. So please hang around for that. And yeah, we're going to break for 20 minutes now and resume at 5:40. So all good. Thank you.
We're IT reseller, so we have to know doors. If you never got a stop cut, so we like them. We have to get through the service. That's why I communicate. Just before, hope you again about it. We're in my final year of this project Let's and as a quick start to the start. So many this one. So that people will bring things to that type of thing. So obviously, so I think it's going to be taking up for the body. So that it's a distance as the technique. So take You see, I'm gonna get you a stick. In the chat, so if anyone can take seats. Yeah. So. Okay. Okay. So people are quietening down now. Notice last. You guys in the front row, you're in a lot of trouble. I can expel people. I've got timers. Right. When this goes on,
Well, shit, I'm out of here.
right. So thank you, and I hope everyone had a nice chance and met new people, perhaps, and perhaps you can meet new people next time. If not, so that's cool. Oh, there's some stuff going on the computer. So next we have got the lovely Paul Kilduff-Taylor, who runs Mode 7 Games, who have published well, loads of games, and Paul is super clever and knows his shit, so you have to listen to this man. The games include Tokyo 42, Frozen Synapse, Titan Fight Spaces, is that correct? More or less. One of those. Arrange those words.
Never heard that joke.
It's that hosiery shit. Okay, thanks. Anyway, here's Paul.
Can you see my computer? Oh, a fade. Right, hang on. It's better. This talk is called Play to the Audience, Games That Sell and How to Pitch Them. And I am Paul Kilduff-Taylor. If you have a name like mine, you get used to being called lots of different things. For example, Paul Kilduff, Paul Kilduff, Just Kilvus with no accompaniment, Paul Kilduff-Taylor. It's my personal favourite, Paul Kilduff-Johnson. So this was on a massive banner at a conference. It was great. My first tip is still, if you're making a game, give it a concise name that people can remember in some way. It's amazing that that still doesn't happen. I think people have been saying that for about 30 years. Otherwise, you'll end up in Golf Magazine presents 36 Great Holes starring Fred Couples, territory where no one wants to be. So a couple of things about me. I've been an indie developer since 2005, worked on this game, Present Synapse, which is a strategy thing, and also an indie publisher since 2016. The most recent thing we did was Flights in Tight Spaces with the lovely Ground Shatter. In addition to that, I do consulting and advisory things. Probably most relevant to this talk is my work with UK Games Fund as an external assessor. So I see lots and lots and lots of game pitches of varying quality. What is this talk about? It's about video games. This is a video game, believe it or not. We often tend, as devs and sometimes as publishers and funders, to think about games in isolation. We just sort of think about, are they cool or good, but we don't think enough sometimes about how do they connect with an audience. That's an audience, that's a picture of an audience. You're also an audience, so you know how it feels to be them. You are them, basically. Some quick caveats. This talk is not a how to write a pitch deck talk. I hear that there is a talk coming up very soon by a certain person who is sitting in the front row, which will give you lots of information specifically about sort of pitch decks and how publishers use pitch decks. So please do stay for Garnett's talk. It's very good. Also, I'm wrong about lots of things, and I like being wrong. And if you think I'm wrong, please come and talk to me. Don't seethe in silence and then write a horrible tweet. Thank you. So here are some components about how games interface with an audience. And the first and probably most important one of these is what I'm calling catch and hold. This is just a bit of a reframe of the old sort of attention retention thing that people constantly talk about. How does a game catch attention? How does it arrest someone's thought process and make them go, what the hell is that? I have to find out about it. And then how does it hold on to their attention for the long term? If you can nail both of those things, it kind of doesn't matter what else your game is, what it looks like. That's a very important thing to bear in mind. And you need to be showing those things in your pitch. And then similarly, micro and macro, that's just a kind of gameplay component of those two things. So micro would be kind of moment-to-moment gameplay. How does the character controller feel in a third-person action game? Or what are the decisions you're making in a turn-based game? And then these other two parts I'm not going to really touch on today, but validation and value is just about showing how are you going to validate the assumptions that you're making. Do you have a community? Are you going to test with them? And value is the game going to provide that community with actual value? Are you making something for yourself? Or you're making it for an audience? And then finally, there's a whole big category of dev risk, which is just assessing the budget that you've put forward and assessing your team, whether you can actually deliver on what you're saying. But that is a topic for another day. Let's talk about the catch. Premise of game, I think, is still important. Obviously, we've seen games with lots of weird and wonderful premises recently, but still it's worth thinking about what are you doing in the game? Is it something someone wants to be doing? And we've moved away from sort of traditional, boring, what used to be called core fantasy, sort of space marine stuff, although that can still work, to things like this Untitled Goose Game, where you are an unruly goose. Now, being an unruly goose isn't something that you would naturally expect people to want to do, but it turns out they do. Another important part of what you're communicating quickly is the genre of the game. Genre is really important. It's one of the first things players look for when they're deciding what new games to play. But you should think of genres just as a familiarity heuristic. It's a way for people to figure out, how are they going to interface with your game? Are there things about it that they understand? And then finally, the aesthetic, which is kind of an obvious one, but aesthetics don't have to be hyper realistic. They just need to be attractive, and they need to convey the polish and detail that's in your game. One thing that players look for is they look at the visuals and then they decide, has this game had care and attention put into it? And they really take cues from that. There's all sorts of different ways you can do that, which we'll come on to later. I really like this book. It's called Hitmakers by Derek Thompson, and the author looked at pop music, specifically kind of hit songs. And the thing he found was that when there was a kind of familiar structure or like a familiar beat, and that was coupled with something like an unusual vocal effect or unusual instrumentation, that was a really effective way of getting people's attention. So I think the same is really true of games. Here's a couple of games that do this really well. Dead Cells, which took a kind of traditional sort of Metroidvania style of game and then added lots to it, as well as this very vibrant art style. Really kind of had the familiarity of that genre and then added novelty to it. And then this one is here, not just because Mike is in the audience somewhere, but this is a game that does that superbly well. It has this really detailed, lovely pixel art kind of narrative element. And then it also has this management element that you can see very strongly initially. And that's something you see that image and you think, oh, I want to find out more about that. What's going on with these monsters? And why do I have to manage 22 gold? Quick thing on genre, when we were working on Fights in Tight Spaces, we looked at kind of other leading roguelike sort of deck builder games, just to kind of get a cue from what they were doing. And you would be surprised how many pitches you will see where developers are working in the genre, but they don't know about the games in that genre that are really and truly popular. They don't know about what the players of that genre are looking for. So have some awareness and demonstrate awareness in your pitch of what are the types of things that people say about these games? What do streamers say when they're playing them? What are the types of Steam comments that get left? And how are you going to use the information that you have from looking at these games to make your game fantastic? Very quick stuff on aesthetics. Obviously, the kind of holy grail of aesthetics is something like Cuphead, which just has a fantastically vibrant and an original look that anyone who sees that goes, wow, what's that? But a good aesthetic can also be something like this, which is a functional aesthetic. This game is called Caves of Cud. It's a tremendously deep game, and it's sort of showing its systems on its face here. And that kind of aesthetic can work really well. If you have a very complex and detailed game, you can show that to your audience, you can communicate it visually, and that can work really well. So just quickly moving on to holding attention. This is probably my favorite indie game trailer of all time. The Factorio trailer, obviously, this is static images, they're not video. You can go and look at it in your own time. But it starts with this little vehicle roving around. And then eventually, by the end of this quick trailer, you've zoomed out to this enormous system that the player has created. And creating systems is something that players absolutely love to do. Systems don't have to be extrinsic. They can be kind of intrinsic to the player state. So this is Path of Exile, which is a kind of Diablo-style game. And the thing the devs did really brilliantly there was to blow out the skill tree to this incredible level of depth and complexity. So taking something that you know players like and expanding on it and allowing them to build systems within it and be creative within it is a very powerful way of holding attention. Super quickly on micro and macro, in Fights in Tight Spaces, one of the things that was happening was movement in the game was a bit trivial. So the developers worked to make those turns a little bit more complex and a little bit more detailed by blending movement in with the cards. And then similarly on the macro side of things, we checked the progression against some of those other games. We started to look at what are the kind of builds players are making and how are they, how are they able to express different styles throughout runs in the game. And because this game had the potential to do those things from its initial pitch, that's one of the reasons I was interested in working on it. And if you can convey how are you going to deal with those things, that moment-to-moment gameplay and the super long term, that's something funders and publishers will look for a lot in your project. All right, thank you very much for listening. And like I said, do stay for the other talks. Thank you.
Excellent. Told you he was clever. I used the word heuristic. I'm going to use it all the time when I check what it means later on the tram home. But I do feel quite heuristic sometimes in the morning. I think that's just gas, maybe. So thank you for all. It was really, really excellent. So next we have Jordan Hastings, who runs a company called Astro Dreamer. I can't tell you much about Jordan, although thoroughly nice chap. He was promised a T-shirt cannon and confetti cannons and all sorts of fireworks. So I don't know if they're going to go off now. We need fire safety. Oh, yeah. Actually, we haven't got the fire safety didn't turn up. So it's just you're just going to have to cope. I'm afraid, Jordan. Where is it? Where are you? So Jordan, come along. Hey.
So I was just trying to find that right moment where he was going to stop, and I was just like, where's my interjection point? What is it? Cannons, T-shirts? Nothing was being promised. So,
Oh, don't fall.
So, did the first talk, went really well, and the mic just slowly went down, and I did this. The last talk adjusted, pigeons were making really loud love, so if something goes wrong, it was part of the plan. So, I'm here to talk about how to think like a game studio detective. This is kind of flipping it on its head, trying to make you think outside the box about the ways to view things as cases and to kind of tackle them using evidence. So here's the funny screen. You can laugh. You can solve. Thank you. So a bit of background about myself. So I came from Abertay University, went to the games industry, and I worked at an animation studio, and that went really, really well until they said can't have you anymore. So that was when went to the pandemic. Did some work for some unique studios. Unique means sometimes they paid, sometimes they didn't. Some of them were really, really good guys, couldn't afford to pay, just for the love of it. Some of them actively ran away, and I have no idea where they exist. From there, I decided I really want to put together a studio and look after folk that like making cool shit. Here's the cool shit. So I made Astro Dreamer Studio. It's a team of talented developers of a 50-50 split between code and art. We have currently worked on A Bonnie Odyssey, an open world puzzle exploration game, and Spalf, a drunken night out that turned into a mobile game, which is really cool. And yeah, we're based in sunny Dundee, and it's not as sunny as here. I have been melting my face off. I've had so many cold showers. And yeah, we also work with a number of developers across Scotland, and then coming down to see you guys and see who's up for it. So Colin lost a bet, and I just kind of wanted to talk about how to think about your studio in a different way and try to apply evidence to sort of problem solve. So the two most important things that we deal with in the games industry is two types of currency, from my perspective. One is money. People will give it to you, but only if you have evidence. And the second thing is evidence doesn't pay for food. So that's why money needs to be brought in by evidence. So the things we're going to be looking at today is grants, teammates, co-development, and pitching to publisher. This is the super skimmy version. So just use this and just try to think about what you're exactly doing. Jerry Maguire is an amazing movie. I'm not going to get you to chant it out unless you guys want to.
Show me
the money. So yeah, the important things about grants from their perspective is they want you to prove that you have good handling of funds, prove that you can do a project, and prove you have the experience. And from your side, what you've really got to prove is keeping good accountability of everything that you've been working with financially, showing the work that you do in-house and with co-developers gets done and completed with positive results, and trying to scale up your team through multiple projects and even using scale-up programs to make sure that when you apply for grants that you're on the right path. And finding teammates, Mike, that's right, give gifts. So yeah, when someone is applying to you, it's really on the flip side. So you've really got to think about the evidence that someone else has got to bring. So for yourself, you're looking at, does this person fit? Is this person have the right vibe? And does this person come from like a really good background of sort of quality? And then they really have to sort of represent their sort of skills in their portfolio. Most of the time when I'm looking at someone's, first initial thing is I look at their portfolio and just try to match that up with the project. And then from there, it's, I really do like this person. Let's see whether they're just the right kind of person, that clicks with our team. There's many studios I've been in where it's like, ooh, lads, ooh, yeah, ooh. And that's really not who we are. We're like a lot more chiller, a lot more like uni atmosphere. But some studios are fun, some studios are chill. We have to be one of the chill ones. But yeah, finding the right person that like gets that vibe, likes the same sort of games, is really who you want to make games with. Co-development. So what the clients are really looking for is, can this studio work with content and IP, which is really, really important. Providing reliable work, making sure it gets done on time, making sure it gets done with good quality, and making clear what you can offer. From that, communication is so key with your clients. Being able to rapidly respond, or even your website, make sure that's super clear. Making sure that all the work that you've kind of done across time in your studio, not across all time, across your studio's time, that it's really spent making sure that they get the most transparent picture of how the project is going. And if things are not working, just try to be as transparent and manage expectations. It's really important. Pitching to publishers. You really need to make sure you have a good idea, and that will make all the money, no problem. There's nothing else to think about, which is the lie we've been told so many times from our friends who are not in the games industry. So making sure that the game idea is good and unique is really important. Is there a market out there, and are you the team to do it? It's 3 guns firing off at once, and all 3 bullets need to intersect at the right time. You need to prove that you've got good research into the sort of game and justifying its existence, using market data where you can, external if you can, which is even better, and then being able to show, yes, from all our experience past, it's really sort of helped where we are now to be able to tackle this game. So where to find some more evidence and experience? So Business Gateway is a great wee place for kind of start out studios. Bringing on sort of biz developers when you're in a bit of a better place financially to sort of try moving out of that startup stage to getting higher. The Game Scale program, we were on the UK funded Creative Enterprises, and that was really great going through those 2 programs to sort of amplify our knowledge because so much of where people get started out is like, I know how to make games, but I don't have that sort of business sense. And they really help ground that. And then folks that you sort of pull in will bring in so much experience that will add to your team. And yeah, for the most part, really enjoy the wins. Making games is hard, taking the wins where you can. And for ourselves with Studio Progress, doing fun, weird events for our teams, finishing projects with happy clients is really important. Getting games invested, releasing games, and recently we just got the UK Games Fund for a new IP we're working on. But it's stuff like this that you can all be like, this is the evidence as to why we can do projects, and you got to think about the evidence and why your studio is basically worth being in front of the person who has basically the funds to make projects move and happen. And that's it. That's all good. Thanks so much, guys. Really appreciate that. Cannon, Steve. Where's my cannon? Where's my shirt? You're wearing the shirt. Give me the shirt.
I'm not taking this off. People being sick. Excellent. Thank you for that. That was brilliant. That was like a little snapshot, a little slice of your entire games experience for your company, which is superb. So love that. Thank you, Jordan. Who's next? We still okay? Everyone's still rant? Okay. Remember, we've got Moon and X robots coming later. They're going to take over. Yeah. Okay. So who's next? Oh, Garnet Lee. Garnet Lee. What do we say about Garnet Lee? Yes. This man. He's from Raw Fury. So we can talk about Raw Fury. Published some games.
I think so.
And Kathy Rain, she's one of yours. Yeah, very appropriate for this city. Usually, Jordan, don't be fooled. It's normally grey. So Garnet from Raw Fury, Swedish, flat pack games, very easy to attain, put them in your pocket, and get a table as well, free, and some meatballs. Let's go. Hey, Garnet!
You know, it's a little bit like the improv in here, and that kind of gives me an insight into talking about my talk a little bit, because oftentimes when you do talks after you've done them a few times, you feel like you're in a flow, and I have no idea what I'm doing with this talk, and it's because I came at it a different way. what I wanted to do after talking about how to do pitches for a long time is actually share how I look at them, because you're all creatives. You know how to do creative stuff. You probably can make a pitch without me telling you how to do it. What you really want to know is, what does your audience think? So if you'll come with me, I'm going to take you inside my mind, well, through movies. I mean, it's not going to be that scary, but it's going to be interesting, I hope. My God, it's full of stars. I want to start with 2001: A Space Odyssey, because this is my day every day. Seeing your pitches really, like, it really gets me going, believe it or not. I know most of my job is to say no, but most of my job is going, oh my God, I want to say yes. And it's really interesting to be in that sort of dilemma. And all of you can think of yourselves as the stars. And the idea is, how do you get yourself seen through this telescopic lens that I'm looking with? So without further ado, we'll hop in. But for a minute, I want to say we're not going to do assembly instructions. I might be from Sweden, but this is not the IKEA of how to do your pitch. It's also a good advice on how to write your pitch, because as developers, we put a lot of time into building our games before you share them. You've thought about systems, you've thought about all the pieces that are going to go into it. So it's very natural to want to say, let me show you all my toys. I don't actually need to see all the toys up front, because that will obscure the vision of what I really want to see, which is, what is it that you want to make? What is it that's going to catch the player, that's going to be, in this case, a Raw Fury game, but in whatever developer you're pitching to, like, what's going to make it a game that really talks to the players? So if we get together, we'll get into all of this stuff. We'll pull out the power drill and the instruction set and go through all those things together, and it'll be fun. But for right now, think of me as that empty room that Bowman just walked into. I've just got 4 placement only. I don't even have any graphics there. I don't even have placeholders yet. I'm just like, what's going to happen? I'm really curious. So rather than show me the various pieces of furniture that you want to put into my mental room, take me to the IKEA catalog. Like, think about this. Like, they are brilliant at this stuff, right? Like, even when you walk through their showrooms, it's like, wow, I could see myself coming home here, relaxing, having a beer, playing my PlayStation. It's going to be great. That's why you decide to buy that couch and that lamp and that bookshelf. So don't get caught up early on in showing me the couch and the lampshade and all those pieces. Think about, what's the experience I'm going to give the player? And once you've got that space thought of, the next thing I really want to understand is, what's the magic moment? Now we're going really into the movie game, of course. Never ending story, right? It's such an emotional journey. Even as adults, when we go back to it, it really catches our attention, because there's this magic that happens between Atreyu and Falkor. And you can see it right here. Even if I didn't tell you anything else about the movie, you can look at the way they're looking at each other. You can see something in the way they're posed. You can see something in Falkor. Are they going to ride the dragon? Is it a space adventure? Is it a space dragon? I don't even know what it's going to be. Get me hungry to see more through showing me one magic moment. And the other thing that demonstrates for me is that your team has already thought about what the magic moment of your game is as well. Because once you've got this idea for a game and it's singing and it's already working, I need to also see that, oh, when I do it, there's this thing that happens, whether it is achieving an ultimate goal in the game, or having an emotional moment in a narrative, or just seeing a vista, walking up into some imaginary land. Like, all of those things, whichever they are, could be the one that is the magic moment for you. And once you have me in your room, and you've given me that magic moment so that I'm really hooked, now is the time to really lay out your game. And here we're going to switch over to Princess Bride, because Princess Bride does a great thing in the way they do their storytelling. Most of the action, most of the emotional, most of the fun part of the movie is in the fiction. But in order to keep it stitched together, every so often we come back out to the storyteller. And the storyteller allows them to advance the narrative through their key plot points without getting bogged down on it inside the actual narrative. In this case of a pitch, what I want to see is your milestones, or your narrative milestones, or your gameplay mechanic milestones. What is it that's going to advance through the game that keeps me playing the game? What are those player interactions that will be interesting and evolve throughout the game. I don't need to see each of the individual pieces. Again, once we get into working on the game together, we would talk about all those things. But do lay out for me a continuum of how the game is going to flow from start to finish or throughout each player's session. You know, another thing you might look at here would be your various loops, right? In some games, if it's more of a live service sort of game, the idea is, what does the player do today? What does the player do over a week? And what do they do over a month and long term? Set those things so that I understand what that retention loop sort of looks like. Now, once you put together this whole package, and I'm really interested, this is sadly the part where you have to get down to the nuts and bolts parts. So the first thing, really important, show me your team. Now, I thought about putting a sports team here, and especially, I guess, being in Manchester City, I could have just put City up there and everyone would have applauded, would be like, yeah, treble. But in this case, the point that I wanted to get to, but I didn't want to get bogged down in sports analogies, is that this is not a place to do CVs, because that's not what we're really looking for. What I'm trying to assess is, does your team have the necessary players based off of our experience looking at production to fill all the roles to get this thing through completion? And if it doesn't, what are the holes we can identify now so that we can make those adjustments while we're talking about bringing your game to funding? And so, you know, you might have some folks who are students. That's fine. There's nothing wrong with having students, folks. Don't raise a flag and go, this person just graduated from uni. Say, no, this person is a very talented VFX artist, and here are their specialties. They understand how to do this, this, and this, and this, because those are the things we really need to know. Similarly, if you have folks who have worked on games before, that's great. Obviously, we definitely put a high value on experience in shipping games. However, if their experience shipping games was in a whole other discipline, it's really not all that relevant to us. So do think about who those roles are filling. And then finally, the least fun part of it, charts and graphs. This part actually is a piece I'd like to make an impression on. When you're showing us your games, it's going to also be easy to fall into the tendency of telling us, I want to ship on these platforms. It's going to be multi-platform, Switch, Xbox, PlayStation, PC. We're going to be $24.99. We're going to be coming out of May of 2025. I have no idea how you know that, because I don't even know that yet. You're pitching me a project that is maybe prototyped, has a preliminary idea of where you're going, but let's talk together about how much time it's going to take to make the game, how much it's going to cost, what platforms it makes sense to go on and doesn't make sense to go on. It's great that you do these analyses, but here's what I'd like to see. I'd like to see a counted number of months from the time that you're funded to the time that you can deliver a gold master, preferably a PC gold master. And then we'll sit down and start talking about, okay, like what else makes sense? Where else can we go with this thing? And then for your production plan, I do want to see actually a little more detail than I often see. I'd like to see the different phases of production. So during pre-production, you have a different set of needs in your team than you do during full production. And as you're hardening the build, you have a different set of needs. So to say, I just need $50,000 a month for 18 months is not really the way it works. And we know that, you know that. So give us a more detailed look. We might wind up in the end paying you that $50,000 a month, but we need to know also that you understand when to hire, who to hire, when to ramp up, and when to ramp down. And similarly, with regards to pricing, we will look at comps, and it's great for you to give us some comps. But look, if you put the top 5 games that are selling on Steam on my comps list, I'm probably going to look at it and go, okay, that's great. What are we really going to do? I might actually dig in harder to look for the places that you might fail, because at the end of the day, this is where I'm doing my risk assessment. And a lot of my job is to assess, can these guys deliver this game, get it across the finish line, and get it to a point where we can all make money together. So hopefully we want to make more games again together. Thanks. That's the whole thing. If you want the instruction manual stuff, we actually have it on our website. If you go to rawfury.com, you'll see in our contact us section a whole bunch of developer resources. We've got a template for making pitches. We've got a financial page there. I think we even have, of course, we always have a publishing contract. So we'll look at that too. Thanks.
That was really good. Very refreshing way to see a pitch. It's not working for me. Sorry. But it was really refreshing, and it kind of echoes when I've been pitched in the past. You kind of want that emotion as well as the data and stuff, but get me by the throat first. And show me something which is I'm going to buy into emotionally. Right, I'm going to shut up now because we have a break until 6:30. And I mean, because you could have gone for ages, but you know that would have been like Stockholm syndrome. So yeah, so have a break. 6:30. Don't forget the raffle, please. Thank you. Hello. Okay. Go on, settle down now. I know it's sunny outside. All that ice creams. I'm going to sit down, please. Looks pretty.
Letchworth Garden City, sort of north of London, where we have the following functions, and then a smaller office in Bristol where we have the publishing and production teams, sort of 50 to 60 people. So the first part of the story is a game called Guilty Gear XX Accent Pro Plus. So PCube was founded in 2009, and it was originally a distributor of physical video games, so essentially taking a finished game and putting it into store shelves. That was one of the very first games that we worked on. As you can see, it's a PlayStation 2/PSP game, so it goes way back. And the reason that was significant was for two reasons. That led to us being involved in the Guilty Gear series over a period of time, where we eventually became the European publisher of that, and developing the relationship with the developer of these very same series over, I guess, close to 15 games. So a relationship that starts at one point doesn't necessarily always lead to the very same point. It can always lead to something bigger and better. I will summarize some of what we've learned through this as we go along, and then close that at the end as well. So over the years, PCube has been doing distribution. It's not a thing we're currently doing, but this is a sort of sample selection of the titles we've distributed over the past. As you can see, one common theme that remains to the story is there's always a variety of titles, a variety of genres, from visual novels to 3D platformers to racing games to brawlers. If the team was passionate about it, we wanted to get involved, and we did. And that was with studios of all shapes and sizes, as well as from different countries. Now, this is not just to brag about things we did well. I'm also going to talk about things that we didn't necessarily do well. So in 2017, we published this game called Fight of Gods. It's a fighting game where different deities, divinities fight each other. So you get Santa Claus fighting Buddha, and you get the idea. Now, that content is sort of acceptable in certain places, but also sensitive and not acceptable in other places. An outcome of this game being published is that it took Steam down, not that game down, the entire store down in a few countries. As you can imagine, Valve was not ecstatic or happy about that. And, you know, we got these beautiful headlines at the time. So, you know, it was banned eventually in Thailand, Malaysia, Philippines, and Singapore. But, you know, there was a couple of learning points there. One is always be mindful of the content you publish and adopt a global mindset. And the second is we actually got a human point of contact involved because, you know, a human needed to contact us. Therefore, you know, we're still in touch, and eventually it came out nicely. But, you know, at the time, it must have been hard for the people involved. So the second part of the journey, which was in 2015, was the beginning of the company as a publisher of both physical and digital games. And the very first one was a game called Steins Gate, which is also a very popular anime for anyone that might have watched it. It's really good. So we published that game on PlayStation 3 and PlayStation Vita. It's a fantastic visual novel at a time where people didn't think that visual novels made any commercial sense. It was a risk. It was a long text to translate, localize, and so on. But it was a risk that paid off. And nowadays, you might hear that Doki Doki Literature Club Plus, as an example, has sold 1 million copies. Nobody blinks an eye. At the time, that would have been unthinkable. The other thing that this led to, again, similar to Guilty Gear, a long-standing relationship with the developer. Just a few days ago, we announced another game. So 6 or 7 games with that same developer because of that very first publishing deal. This was, again, at the beginning of a publishing journey for titles from Japan. As you can see, over the years, we've done lots and lots of those, some of them from long-standing series like Metal Max, some of them based on popular anime like Kill la Kill, or big fighting games like Blaze Blue. But again, a similar theme is the variety of content and things that we were very, very passionate about. The next funny bit is the story of what we call the ESRB misprint. So ESRB, for anyone who doesn't know, is the US rating board. So when you want to release a game at retail in the United States and Canada, North America, it needs to be rated by that board. So in that case, the game that we're talking about is a game called Galgan Double Peace by a studio called Ink Creates. And the rating it received was M for mature. In Europe, it was a PEGI 16. Now, that was the rating that was supposed to go onto the box. But as you will see onto the next picture, on the front, it was the correct rating. On the back, it was E for everyone, sexual content. Which meant that, you know, anyone can buy it. So that was interesting. And it led to a couple of things. So we got a very hefty fine from ESRB, a product recall, retailers were not happy. Again, learning points, checks and balances. In that case, you could argue, well, we missed it, but then so did Sony, and so did a number of different people involved in our process. It doesn't matter. You know, we are the starting point of that. We should have seen that. We should have stopped it at that point. We didn't. We paid for it, but you know, we haven't done it since. So. Obviously, people had questions after that. So in the game FAQs forum, you know, will the E-rating error become a collector's item? That is an important question. Absolutely did. It now goes for $100. So if you want that version, you know, you're going to have to pay $100 for it. The final stage is the the final part of the journey, so the publishing of indie titles. So in 2017, we released a title called Cat Quest and its sequel, Cat Quest 2, later on from a studio in Singapore. That was the first sort of game that we published that came out of Japan. It was a team of people that used to work for Koei Tecmo, but in Singapore. And what that made us realize was that, it might seem obvious now, but good content really does exist everywhere, even in places that you might not necessarily think it does. You just have to look for it. Ever since, we've worked with many different studios across the world, and you can see here titles from Indonesia, Spain, Chile, Canada, the UK, and all sorts of different places that you can find excellent games coming out of. So to sort of summarize, this is sort of some of the development partners we've worked with throughout our history. And if you wanted to visualize that, this is a sort of map of where they come from. It's 19 different countries overall. Some of them are not quite obvious in the map. I apologize for that. But we would like for that number to keep growing, and hopefully one day the whole map can be purple, and that would be amazing. To summarize what we learned from all these different things that have happened through almost 15 years of history. So the first thing is to foster a community around a game. That is massively important. That community can follow you across multiple games, and supporting that community is really vital. So for the fighting games community is something that we were always very passionate about, and doing events with them, and eventually going to things like EVO. Having an unwavering belief in a niche concept, niche in quotation marks, working hard to convince people of that belief. So visual novels being an example of that, something that can be commercially successful. The biggest PR disasters can be a big opportunity if you handle them appropriately, but you do need to learn from the mistakes and not repeat them. Double and triple check everything. Yeah. Even if other people are part of that process, first parties and so on, it doesn't matter. You need to double and triple check everything. And finally, do not be afraid to look for games in unusual places and expand your sort of horizons and gaming preferences. So that was it from me. Thank you so much.
Exactly 10 minutes. Amazing. Thank you. That was really good. Got some dodgy stuff went on there, didn't it?
Yeah.
Move away from that. Anyway, so our next. Thank you. It was good to see, that you're not trying to portray being perfect like I do. So our next guest is my colleague. So Derek Co-op. Can I say about Derek? He was brought up by he's quite sad. He was brought up by Badgers. We found him a few years ago in Middlesbrough and around the back of the building. He's been with Badgers for 17 years, and it's taken a while, but now we've gotten to a state where he can speak in public. So here you go. Let's go.
Quick question, how do I find my talk?
The Wi-Fi died. Change that manually.
So as a Badger person, I have no idea how to fix them.
He means that human magic, not Wi-Fi. Oh, no, that's what he's talking about. Phil. Got it now.
Got it, right, so. Awesome. Right, well, hello everyone. So this is my games industry networking talk, 10 tips in 10 minutes. So, start with a quick intro. So I'm Derek, I'm an executive assistant at Radical Forge. I've been there officially now for just over 2 years.
but I've been affiliated with the studio now for over 5. My role at RAD has me doing something completely different every single day, but there's usually always a communication component to that, which makes me pretty lucky, as it's what I'm most passionate about. Before moving into the games industry, I spent 15 years working a mix of hospitality and retail jobs, and I always had a focus on customer service, and I'm incredibly proud of that time. So I like to think, during my time in hospitality, catering, and in the games industry already, I've picked up at least 10 tips on how to effectively communicate with people in a networking environment that I can share with you all today. I'm sure we can all remember our first networking event. I was at university, I was in 2nd year, and I was walking across campus, and Bruce, our CEO, smiley fellow, oh no, that smiley fellow, just grabbed me randomly as walked past and goes, right, what are you up to this week? I'm like, well, I've got this hand in and I've got that deadline. And he just goes, do you have a passport? It's like, yes. And then 24 hours later, I was on a plane to Cologne, and I got to go to Gamescom, which was absolutely amazing. And I loved it. And from that moment, I was just hooked. And this talk was destined to happen. So, tip 1, work out for yourself why you're going to this networking event. This will help you work out what information you should have ready on hand. Are you looking for your first role in the industry? You should have your portfolio ready with you always. If you can grab a tablet to show it on, brilliant. But don't worry, it will be just as fine on a phone. Are you pitching your next game? You want an exciting elevator pitch, ready and practiced and easily accessible. And do have your other material available if it's appropriate to show that then and there. Are you looking for co-dev work? You should know the availability of your team and what kind of games your team and studio wants to work on. Tip 2, prep work. The more information you work out before the networking event, the easier it will be, and it will give you more time to focus on finding new contacts. So try and organize to meet as many people as possible before the event. Go for drinks, go for food. If you're very lucky, people may show you around their offices. Thank you very much for those who did. And this way you can arrive at an event with 90% of your job already done. It's going to let you be a lot more relaxed. 3, Rolodex check. So building on from tip 2, prep work, check your Rolodex of contacts before heading to an event. Have a look to see if any of your contacts, companies have recently released a game. Have they won an award? Have any of their staff members done a talk? Have they reached their 15th anniversary? These are all great conversation starters, and it's brilliant if you can do that with existing contacts. If you're lucky enough to work out who's going to an event and you've not met them before, just have a quick search. You can also use this to warm up cold leads if you're wanting to reopen an old conversation. Tip 4, this one has been the most helpful for me. Find a mentor. Finding someone who is willing to be your mentor is indispensable. This is just as important for those of us who have a biz dev component to our role as it is a CEO, an artist, a designer, anyone. I would not be here today without the guidance and, more importantly, the support those people have given me. They've introduced me to their networks, they've guided me through all the industry events I've been at, and they've been a safe place to talk both during the event and after. Okay, you're at the event now. So tip number 5, use networking events to set up meetings at a later date. If you're pitching a game with a playable demo or a pitch deck, you'll find that not a lot of networking events will have the space available for you to whip out your gaming ready laptop and just start playing the demo build. So the best thing to do is, get people excited then and there and set up a meeting later on down the line. This goes especially if you've had to travel. You do not want to be lugging that kit with you everywhere. And always have your elevator pitch ready to run through there and then. It's very important, so I've said that twice. Tip 6, don't start a conversation with work-related info.
launching straight into your pitch, regardless of if that pitch is for yourself or for a product you're promoting. This is always going to turn someone off straight away. If you're struggling to start a conversation with anyone here, we're all human. Start with the basics. How are you? Did you have to travel far to get here? My favorite, have you been to this event before? This will let you know what headspace the person is in that you're talking to. And asking them if they've been to this event before will normally prompt them to talk about themselves for a bit. And it's a great way to work out and kind of get a gauge on who you're talking to. You can also start or continue a conversation with games-related topics, as most people here do enjoy playing games. And you can pick these up on news sites such as IGN, Kotaku, Polygon, gamesindustry.biz. 2 examples I picked up the other day were, have you seen the new Apple Vision Pro goggles then? I wonder if they've got Doom 1993 to run on them yet. Have you had time to play Tears of the Kingdom yet? And if so, what's the most ridiculous thing you've built? Tip 7, ask the person you're talking to all the questions you want them to ask you. People love talking about themselves, and it's a great way to warm someone up to talk about work. People are likely to mirror off the energy you give off. So if you start by being interested, open, relax, asking them who they are, what they do, and then kind of rolling into the questions that you want them to ask back, they're much more likely to then ask you those questions, and then you can give them all the information, and it was their idea. 8, share the love. Don't hoard connections. For example, you're working for a VR-heavy studio with a focus on tech art, and you find a contact who specializes in 2D roguelikes. Keep that in mind during the event. You may talk to a publisher down the line who's looking specifically for 2D roguelikes. Connect those 2 up. You never, neither of those people will forget you now forever, and you never know who they're going to talk to about you in the future. 9, don't drink too much. The free bar is not an excuse to get tanked. This tip sounds super obvious, but it's common here for in the games industry for there to be a free bar. We've got a lot of students and people who've just entered the industry, and this will be their first experience with one. So on that note, keep an eye out for those who are new. A reminder to grab a glass of water between drinks can make a huge difference to someone night. Bonus tip, if you are at an event, especially multi-day ones, don't book any meetings in for 9 a.m. It's we've all made that mistake. And last but not least, talk to students and people who are new. It's time to give back. Being a director, part of the C-suite, any member of management, it's incredibly draining and hard. And when you come to these events, you've likely already done a full day's work. But it's still important to take the time out and listen to those who don't have that experience yet, who maybe don't have that foothold, are still learning how to navigate these kind of events, and not brush them off. They will be the ones running the industry next, and you never know whose career you're going to make or break doing that. So those were my 10 tips. I hope that's helped. If anyone wants me to expand on any of those points, or there's anything else I've not talked about today that you'd like to know, please feel free to message me, come grab me on LinkedIn or whenever. I'm happy to talk. All right, thank you guys.
Thank you very much.
I'll show you the superb colleague with this.
Oh yeah, okay, sorry. But also in the interest of balance, it was kind of, I don't know, could be a bit janky. There was no mention of Badger living there. It's a non-drinking rule, but you're coming all over now. Some of us are from the 90s, Derek. Don't call that tip 9, let's call that tipsy 9. Oh, is that okay? I roasted him, I think. Yeah, Nancy's good. Yeah. Cholesterol problems. Yeah. What next? So last year I was sat playing. I was playing the Power Wash Simulator down in the cellar where I'm allowed to play games. And my wife came down and said, "Oh, what are you doing?" saying they're playing this amazing game, Power Simulator, superb. She went, well, some washing up simulation to do upstairs when she finished that. That didn't happen because they don't live in 1970s sitcom that foresaw the future. But that would be quite cool if I did. And the theme tune would go like, no, I don't know. So, however, Square Enix Collective published that game. And it sold 7 million of the copies, which is many. So hurrah! And luckily for us, they have sent up north their best producer. So I was kind of billing for myself, that wasn't it? Pathetically. So let's a big round of applause to Lauren Hunter.
I'm having the same problem as Derek. A lot of short kings here tonight. Let me just adjust that. Best producer. Feel kind of bad. I'm one of 2 producers on the team, so sorry, Tom, if you're watching. And you mentioned sent them up here. Well, I wasn't raised by Badgers, but I did grow up in Newcastle. So I also recently moved to Manchester last year. I moved to Salford, so raised by Badgers, living in Salford now. Yeah, big Salford. It's great to be here. Hopefully, you guys will come and talk to me. I can make some new friends. I would love to get to know people in my new local area. What I'm saying tonight is kind of dry, so please don't let that put you off. I probably have more interesting things to say when I'm not in front of a lot of people at once. But yes, I'm from Square Enix Collective, which is Square Enix's indie publishing label. I do not work on Final Fantasy. I do not work on Kingdom Hearts. Objectively better games I get to work on. So please don't talk to me and have an argument about what the best Final Fantasy game is. We all know that's Final Fantasy 9, so let's stop the conversation there. But yeah, so Collective is Square's indie publishing label. Our team is a small team of 5. We're based in London, although, like I said, we do live all over the shop thanks to hybrid work, and we love that. But we work with independent game developers from all over the world. It is our absolute blessing to be able to have such a large pool of talent and inspirational people to draw from and bring into the folds of Square and use our big fat AAA fists to punch them really far into the industry, I hope. We work with a variety of teams, including Future Lab, the incredible Future Lab, who make Power Simulator, as well as some smaller teams as well. Also some other games that we worked on. Little Goody Two Shoes is an upcoming title from us, so please look out for that. I'm personally very excited and invested in this, and it is going to be a wicked one. Everyone's going to love it. But yeah, so I'm not here tonight to tell you about how to pitch to us, how to pitch any game. There is a million videos on that, like every conference, like even today, we've had some amazing, fantastic talks with magnificent nuggets of information for you to take away. You do not need me to give you more boring stuff about how we think you should pitch to us. So I thought I'd try and fill in some gaps. Today, I'm actually going to talk to you guys about what you might need once you are signed, or how to prepare to be signed by an indie publisher or any publisher, a big publisher maybe, and what you need to proceed. So you've had your game signed, or you're on the road to having your game signed. What does that mean? What will that involve? Well, unfortunately for you, it involves a lot of work that is not about making the game, but it has to be done nonetheless in order to get that game to market. So things a publisher will ask for, or things that we ask for from my perspective. Many publishers might ask for different things. So a due diligence package. This is sort of an umbrella term that we use for a whole host of documentation, including but not limited to organization charts, resource plans, basically who your hires are and who you need to obtain to make the game. Development roadmap and development schedule, believe it or not, those are 2 completely different things. So again, attention to detail, I guess. Risk logs, finance plans, technical and game design documents. Things like third-party material. If you're using like assets or plugins, have a list of all of that stuff, because you will need to give that to your publisher for them to do license checks. Really fun stuff like that I get to do every day. Legal stuff. Lawyer up. Have someone in your corner from the moment you start talking to publishers who is going to represent your best interests. Of course, and speaking from my personal experience working for a publisher, we want the best for our developers. We want the healthy studios. We want them to succeed and grow and love what they're doing. But I work for Square Enix and I ultimately represent Square Enix's interests. You need someone who is going to represent your interests, who is going to look through every little detail of every little contract and fight for you. So make sure you have that. It could be really important in the long run. Also, other things like get your company registered, get business insurance, get a bank account. All of these things you're going to need to proceed to actually sign a development agreement. So why not sort it out before you sign the development agreement and save yourself the time? So I am a producer, therefore I have a vested interest in having you guys understand what the production overheads of working with a publisher are. Like I said before, once you've signed and you're in development, the fun of producing pointless documents does not end there. There is so much work to ship a game that isn't making the game, so let's go over what those things might be. So making time to join calls to discuss delivery plans, project updates, and set expectations with your publisher. Again, not making the game, but you got to do it. Preparing milestone deliverables. This is the documentation that can go with it, as well as the actual builds and the time that it takes to get these documents to your publisher. It can be to do with the stages of development. And also, oftentimes, your payment from your publisher is assigned to these deliverables. So it's really important that you take the time to get everything together so nothing gets missed, so you get paid on time and everyone in your company can eat. Keep also live documents, keep them up to date. Someone's got to be responsible for keeping that TDD and GDD up to date, because the game that you pitch to us is not the game that's going to ship. Things are going to change along the way, so make sure someone has ownership of that. Make sure someone is leading the vision to keep everyone on the same page about what this game you're making is. So how are you communicating with your publisher? Do you have an established list of platforms that you and processes that you're going through to pass information from person A to person B? Make sure you know what these are and like who will be using them, because there could be a critical moment where you need to get in touch with someone. You do not want any ambiguity about how people are going to reach you when that matters. Also, fascinatingly, localization, that's a thing, and it takes loads of time and it costs loads of money. So who is managing this process? Make sure you've got someone who can own what changes there are back and forth in order for you to make submissions on time. The lawyers will also return, unfortunately, so you want to anticipate that and bake some time into your production schedule to make sure you've got time to talk to your legal representative and also go over any annoying documents your publisher will send you, because I will send you so many annoying documents, so keep an eye out for that. Also, an important thing to establish as well is how much feedback are you actually expecting to receive from your publisher, and how much of that are you wanting to incorporate into the game? Every team wants different levels of feedback. Some teams just want to be in charge of their own creative vision and they're confident in that, and maybe they've got the experience to know what they're doing and they just want their publisher to support them in that. That's great. But other teams might be smaller. They might really be looking for someone with the experience to help them through these like difficult production challenges. Make sure you carve out time and expectations with your publisher so they know how much of an eye they're keeping on for you, and like, you know, so I've just looked at that time, it's super distracting. Don't point it towards me. No, I don't want to look at it. You know, make sure everyone's on the same page here. It'll save everyone's time in the long run, and it'll make sure you're getting what you need from your publisher. And you know, I've talked a lot here, that's a long list of stuff. If it seems like a lot of work, you're right. It almost seems like it's so much work, it could be someone's full-time job. So my suggestion here would be to hire a producer. This is a person who can actually do all of this stuff for you so you can make your game. You know, I did say I'm a producer, so my caveat's out there. You can take from that what you will. Another thing that's important to keep in mind is marketing overheads. You're probably working with a publisher in some way because you want someone with experience of the market. You want experienced brand marketing, social community people to help create strategy for you and help get your game out to the biggest audience. So you want to anticipate having to join strategy calls with your publisher to set this stuff up. The team will also need to liaise with you in order to deliver key assets, or perhaps even take the time to create new assets to support the marketing effort. Work with your publisher to agree how much time you can afford to give them for this, and it will allow them to plan an appropriate strategy around that. Also, do you want to build a community around your game? Do you have a community manager internally, or are you looking to hire one? Who is responsible for maintaining and growing your community? And also, who is going to tweet about this game? Someone has to spend the time to do that. Work with your publisher to figure out if it's on their side that they want to do this, or if you want to build it up yourself and do it that way. Whatever the ultimate answer is, communicate around this. Everyone will be happier in the long run if you establish this in the immediate time. Okay, events as well. Like, consider who in your team is best placed to attend events, and is it appropriate for them to take away time from development in order to do this? And as well, do you have time to prep content for shows, special builds, assets, and participate in running the stand? Figure that out sooner rather than later, and everyone will be happier. Also, like, how involved do you want to be in deciding the direction that marketing will take and the brand for your game? Establish that with your publisher early on so everyone is on the same page once again. Okay, so I know I speak at like 100 miles an hour, so I'll slow it down now and give you 3 key takeaways for this talk that I've just given. So, keep time aside for non-game development work that is needed in order to ship the game. There is so much of it, so make sure you keep that in mind. A good publisher will always want to work with you, so make time to keep in touch, keep them updated. They will be able to do their best work, and they will do what they can to excel as a publisher if you work with them and you keep them up to date. There's no point in telling them something last minute. They can't pivot, they can't plan off that. Make sure comm lines are clear and you know how to reach your publisher, and that will help you with any queries or problems in a pinch. And actually, I lied, there's 4 points. The last point is hire a producer. That's the most important one. If you're going to take anything away, hire a producer. And thank you very much for listening.
Excellent, thank you, Lauren. That was I can't compliment people now because Garnett's going to get up and then going to have to say it was terrible. But it was really very good advice, full of good advice. So now we're going to break until 8 o'clock, or maybe 5 to 8 because there's some chatter boxes in here. So maybe we need to calm down. So just before 8, we all come back. We're going to come back here, aren't we? Who's talking? Good, because we have to wait, we have to come back because we've got some really good talks, really good people, talented people, not me, who you want to hear, and the robot cooking thing, which is just amazing, RoboChef. So very excited about that. Screens here have the barcode on, the QR code, sorry. If you want to write that down, it's a big white square, black square, white, black, white, black, white, black. Are you? No, I don't think anyone's writing it down. So look on the screens. So this is where for people who have got food, and it says food on your badge. Stephen Hayes food. I've got food. Remain down here, and then just to grab something to eat, and then networking. We're going to move upstairs because there's big spaces upstairs. Not being used. So anybody, if you want to go upstairs, but yeah, hang around because there's good stuff on the way. So thank you for all the speakers so far. Okay. The next session, we thank all the good people. Okay. Oh, come on, it's going to be like that, is it? No, it's not the Frog and Bucket. You want to go there? Security. Badger guy. Okay. Right. So we're back again. We've all had a break. We've got all the noise out of us, all the chat. It's all good. I know, it's still hot. But the next sessions are amazing. You know, we build up to the Movie Next Boys next door. So, and that's going to be incredible. So, first speaker we've got is excellent. Ali Stullo. Ali from Low Tech Games. Super talented guy who made my little Lego character fly in space the other day. So I'll be forever grateful of that piece of silliness that he gave me. So all the way from Dundee, which is miles away, it's even more north than him. Ali Lowe.
The button? Yeah, go. Why is the next slide bigger than the current slide? That is unuseful. Okay. Yeah, I'm Ali Lowe. As I said, there's where you can find me online. I'm like TikTok and Twitter. I've been in the games industry for just over 10 years. Here's a bunch of titles that I've worked on, from like Ninja Kiwi, Bloons Tower Defense stuff, and then the bottom row is kind of my low tech stuff from the last 3 years. But today I'm going to talk about homebrew games. Homebrew games are new games for old systems, so like NES, Dreamcast, Game Boy, good stuff. This is just somebody's collection of all the modern homebrew games. So my game, Flea, I would consider this a homebrew. Some people say homebrew bootleg, kind of interchangeably. I like homebrew. I wouldn't mind being called a bootleg, but like bootlegs are usually just fake games, like piracy. There's also like this weird thing of demakes, which are really cool, and bootlegs, but yeah, I'm not going to talk about them today. So today you can build a game pretty like easily for old systems. There's like WYSIWYG editors like NestMaker, GB Studio, and McDonald's just released a game made with GB Studio, like an actual Game Boy game. It's crazy. And if you're working on these kind of things, it's good to share what you find on the forums and webs and stuff. And on Discord's good, but I would like if people did share it back onto the forums afterwards, because it helps everybody in the future, and it also lets you meet awesome people. So then when you go to events like this and other ones around the world, you can meet a whole bunch of cool people and you already kind of feel like you know each other. I released this on Itch, and that's kind of to make sure it's good. You also show it off at like local events. The weird thing in this scene is that not every game needs a physical wide release. There's a whole bunch of like testy stuff that are good for you, but yeah, you don't need to get a full physical release. So yeah, once you've figured out your game is good, it's good for a release. What do? How do you make it real? You go to Kickstarter. That's where most of these projects are funded. And if anybody's heard of any new NES games, it's probably Micromages back in the day, and that kind of made the scene boom again. If you're doing this kind of stuff, you want to get a press kit. You can use press kit from Rami. It's really good, and then you can just copy paste all your information between the Kickstarter and stuff. It's good for press people as well. If you learn anything from me today, it's this: when you have your press release on the day of launch, send it to this email address, and then that will get sent out to like all those people, and they can just copy paste it. It's fine. So I've ran 2 successful Kickstarter campaigns for new NES and Dreamcast games. So if people ask how do you make these games, AliExpress is really good. They've got a whole bunch of shells that you can use. You can cut out the middleman as well. Shush. It's really distracting. You get cart flashers, and then you also get you need to make the boards. You can do this yourself. Most of the plans are open source now, and you can send away and get fill these boards up yourself.
I would say don't do this. It's a lot of hassle. There is now places that do it for you. You can buy these boards and then just flash them yourself. There's a few things available for NES. And then for the print stuff, you can find it local again, or you can use Frank in America. He seems to do everybody's boxes in America. Really crazy. And during a Kickstarter campaign, people will send you like private messages saying, I could do this cheaper, like for you, not to steal it from you. So yeah, keep open to that. That people, it happens in board games as well. I've heard it. Like other manufacturers will come and say we can do it cheap. And I ended up teaming up with Broke Studio on this. They're a studio in France, and I was just lucky that they were looking into doing this for people while I was starting out. Limited Run also do this kind of stuff now, but they didn't when I kind of started. But their lead times are a bit long if you want to like rush it along. So this is one of the guys from Broke Studio. He came up to Dundee. He got married in Dundee and came to see me, which is pretty nice. Look for easy ways to put your game to other platforms. I remember when I was in primary school, high school, on a bus, a guy gave me a burned CD that said NES Games DC. So, so you could play NES games on the Dreamcast, and it was basically just an emulator. And maybe the first time I'd seen emulators, but looked it up more recently. I was like, oh, that's an open source thing. We can edit that. It's got a permissive license, so I paid someone to make it so everybody can do it now. So now, yeah, you can put your game to Streamcast. But that goes down the weird rabbit hole of like CD duplication versus replication. This is really just the nerds that care about it. But like duplicated discs are like CDRs that you burn yourself. You can still have them like manufactured and not professionally printed, but the actual burned bit, you can tell the difference on the back. And it's, yeah, here's the pros and cons of each of them. And then press disc is like actually pressed in the factory. They make a master and then they like make a pressing from each of those. But it's really costly if it goes wrong, and I just didn't want to risk that. Some people say Josh Prod and stuff, they were studios doing this kind of thing, but they wouldn't touch anything less than 16-bit at the time, and they just didn't want to talk to me. So I did a quick run myself at 200, like hand numbered them all, so they're quite collectible now as well, and they sold it pretty quick. So I teamed up with Wave, they're here somewhere today. I met them at one of these networking events. They were doing good stuff, and now it's available on their website. We also added a like special edition soundtrack to go with it. Like teaming up with people is also really good because then you have their like marketing presence as well, and they'd be really good at shouting out and like pointing out when people have like tweeted me or whatever. We also did the same for Steam, so we made an easy way to get your NES game over to Steam. I used a less permissive license, and people on Steam, they're dicks sometimes. Yes, Steam's not the best place for new NES games because they just don't appreciate where it's coming from. Itch is much better than Steam in this regard. They have their own tag for NES, and as like other old systems like get more popular, they also add those as well because of the Game Boy and stuff as well. Usually pay around $10 for a good new NES game on Itch, and that's kind of set in the community. Here's what you would pay for like new inbox things. The NES ones cost about 20 quid to make, so figure out what I'm making from that. That's how I recoup the money from the dev. And then we also ported NES to Playdate, and we got on the catalog store at launch, which is pretty cool, and in Edge magazine, because that was nice. What's happened there? What was okay? Oh, that's intentional actually. Yeah, because there's no NES emulator for Playdate. I was working with this guy Valdir Salguero, and he managed to port the game in like an evening, and then we like just did some like polish for a couple of weeks. The NES and the Playdate both have the same vertical resolution, so it's quite good to like quite easy to port the games over. We just put black bars up the side, and it meant I could just redraw the sprites without having to use like dither patterns or whatever. If anybody else does this, I recommend you do this, but it's probably unlikely that anybody else could do this. Modern console porting. I went through Ratalaika Games. I liked their back catalogue, and they had some emulation tech like in the pipe that I'd heard of, and they worked out pretty good. These guys are up and coming as well, but they only port to Switch, I think. So you're missing out on quite a lot. Make other spin-off games. We made a mobile game that tried to help build what Flea would look like in HD. like going to conventions and fairs and stuff as well. Again, you meet a whole bunch of cool people. And sometimes people have even heard of your games, which is really nice. And yeah, then always with a pub afterwards, do some good networking. And you never know who you're going to bump into. One day at the Glasgow retro fair, there was a guy who wandered up. I was absolutely done, but he was really interested in the games, and then he said he wrote for Nintendo Life. So if I'd kind of checked out by that point, I wouldn't have got this article, and it was really, really good for popularity. And that's led to more magazines and stuff as well. So we got in Edge recently because of the Playdate thing. We've been in Retro Gamer and some indie ones as well. Debug magazine, who's here too. Sign up to all the things in your niche. This one was Evercade. It's a new handheld console for retro games, and they're all official licensed stuff. I really like their marketing campaign. They reached out to a whole bunch of retro YouTubers, and because of that, I got an Indie Heroes 1 and Indie Heroes 2, and then possibly something in the future. Also led to a merch deal, which was great for Indie Heroes 2. They were like, we want to do something. We really like your games. We want to do a special pack. So I got some flea plushies made, which is good. They are juggleable, and that is me in Argos going, there's my game in Argos. Merch stuff, print on demand, really good for indie studios. You can put your stuff up and you get a small cut every time someone sells something. It's pretty low effort. There's streaming services for retro games, and then new retro games fit into that pretty good. And yeah, I met those guys at an event, and then the next year I was signed up to them and stuff, and they had added my game right next to Pac-Man on their massive banner that they take everywhere. So again, they're boosting my brand just by me working with them. And if they don't pay well, they might pay, that might be worth more than what it's going to pay. Sorry, I've only got a wee bit more. Community bundle, am I the only one that's run over so far? Community bundles are really good because it means that you're making more friends, and every time you make a sale, your friend is also making a sale, and you've got combined marketing effort as well. So now Tapeworm's on 9 platforms, 2 streaming platforms. It's coming soon to mobile and Game Boy Advance. Contracts, they can be really, really scary in this thing. And I'm not really good at this kind of stuff. And sometimes I'm not worth hiring a lawyer because they're so low value. But in the case of Evercade, it was definitely worth it because of the kind of free publicity that I got off it. We're all in the games industry, we all kind of know people we can ask, someone to have a look over it, make sure there's nothing glaringly bad. Just don't sign exclusive deals, make sure there's a clear opt-out clause in case anything goes wrong. And I've also got my pop-up book thing that some people might have seen, and I'm going to set it up somewhere in the room for later on.
So much good stuff, overloaded by interesting projects and things. But yeah, the pop-up books are elevate really. So next, somebody else, the visitor from Speech Graphics, Scottish-based studio, Edinburgh-based studio. But you're not Edinburgh-based, so we're not giving credit for Edinburgh, just from around the corner probably. We have Georgia Clark. So Speech Graphics apparently do lip sync and facial animation. I mean, surely games are just made by magic. I'm in marketing. Surely I don't know about facial animation, so let's make it work. So let's welcome Georgia.
Hi everyone, yep, I'm Georgia, I'm here from Speech Graphics, and I'm going to talk to you about the magic of facial animation tech for games this evening. My talk's a little bit different to a lot of the other talks this evening, but I hope you'll still enjoy it, and I'm going to jump straight in because I've got quite a lot I want to try and get through. So at Speech Graphics, we specialize in audio-driven facial animation technology. So the goal of our tech is to generate lip sync and full face expressions to create the illusion that this animated face that you see is the source of the sound that you hear. And this is audio driven. So we do this from audio input alone. Alternative approaches such as hand animation and motion capture, whilst they can give really amazing results, they require a huge setup. They're really expensive and time consuming. And so the audio driven facial animation provides a fast and low cost alternative, but it's a really hard problem. Most people have treated this problem from the perspective of one discipline or another. So it's an animation problem or it's a speech technology problem. But for us at Speech Graphics, we treat it really from an interdisciplinary perspective. So our team is incredibly diverse. We have linguists, data engineers, machine learning scientists, all different kinds of software engineers, and artists, character artists, technical artists, and animators. So yeah, we approach this problem from all of these different avenues at once, and we're combining decades of research in all of these different subject areas, which is kind of crazy, but I think that's what makes us special and pretty successful. I'd like to introduce you to Simone. I've worked with Simone for a really long time now. I know her vocal anatomy very intimately. But I really like this view. What you see here is, the front view. We're all used to seeing that, whether it's humans or characters, but also the mid-sagittal view. So we can see the intricacies, what's going on inside of the mouth when we produce speech. So here you can see, the tongue, the palate, the teeth, the lips, and all these other parts of the vocal tract moving in really precise ways. We call these our articulators, and they produce different articulatory states, and these articulatory states produce very different sounds. So audio-driven facial animation is a kind of inverse problem. It is concerned with reconstructing this articulatory state from the acoustic signal. And at Speech Graphics, we've been able to do just this. We have a universal model of the physiological components involved in speech, and this governs the articulators or the muscles of the characters that we work with. And one really cool thing about this, about our approach, is that this is physiological, it's biological, it is independent of language. So our system works for any language, including fictional ones. On this same vein, a really active area of research and development for us right now is around nonverbal vocalization, detection, and animation. So laughter, breathing, these effort sounds that we hear a lot in games, kind of strenuous, tense, growly things, someone's fighting. It's that exact same idea. These are detectable from audio, and we can reconstruct the articulation or what the face and mouth was doing when it produced that sound and animate a character accordingly. And this goes beyond lip sync. Our voices contain emotional content and cues. If someone's happy and smiling, you can hear this in their voice. So our technology also automatically classifies this emotion content in the audio and generates full face emotional expressions accordingly. So in our voices, there is a wealth of information about what we're doing at any given point in time. And that's the goal of speech graphics technology, to analyze and reconstruct this on an animated character. So that's a little bit about what's going on under the hood. This culminates in SGX, which is our main product suite. Firstly, we have SGX Studio, which is a suite of plugins for Maya, Unreal Engine, other animation visualizations soon. And this is used for character setup, animation import, and visualization. Next up, we have SGX Producer. This is our tool for batch processing. Using this, users can generate hundreds of hours of animation for hundreds of hours of dialogue with just the click of a few buttons. And lastly, we have SGX Director. This is our new desktop tool for interactive processing. Here we're exposing key metadata, such as information about the facial expressions and the speed and intensity of the muscles, which users can go in and edit and tweak really easily to give them much more creative control over the resulting animation. So, why does this matter for video games? Modern games can contain huge amounts of dialogue, and this is often repeated in many different languages for localization. And within the games industry, there's increasing demand for high degrees of realism and character-driven narratives. And good facial animation is a really important factor here. It enhances realism, it gives the characters emotional depth, and makes these kind of character-driven narratives possible. And bad facial animation, on the other hand, I think I was talking to some people about this earlier, it can completely take you out of that experience. Alternative approaches such as motion capture, as I said earlier, can be really expensive, and so our approach offers that low-cost alternative for hundreds of hours of dialogue really easily. And if I haven't persuaded you, then hopefully some of the games and studios that we've worked with, as demonstrated here, will. I'd now like to show you some examples. We had problems with audio yesterday, so we'll see how we get on. So the first game that I want to draw your attention to is the Callisto Protocol. This is a really cool example of that high level of realism that I was just talking about. So here in this game, the characters are modeled off of real life human actors, and so the quality needs to be able to match that. It was really interesting talking with some of our team who worked on this game. The animators, they took such a intense attention to detail. They were online researching videos and pictures of these actors speaking in order to try and mimic the way that they speak, their expressions and their idiosyncrasies. So I'd like to show you a short clip. I probably won't show you the whole thing because I'm getting a bit tiny. No audio.
Oh shit! Freedom space is changing. I'm over here. Yeah, I think we need to get the hell out of here. Yeah. Yes, we are. We still got to beat that storm. Are you ready? Cycle the yellow. And then round 0. Beautiful. Yeah, we murder us. We are. What? Selfishly. No. Just to blame everyone else. Then I realised this was on me. I keep running from what we've
done. On the complete other end of the spectrum, we have Squanch Games' recent release, High on Life. I think this is a really nice demonstration of the fact that our technology is completely character and rig agnostic. It's compatible with all of these different art styles, as long as the rig permits movements roughly analogous to a human face, a mouth, a tongue would be nice, then we can animate it. So yeah, again, we worked really closely with the studio to get this style that they're looking for. And I think the result's really fun. It's really cartoony and highly stylized. So I'll show you a quick clip.
Selling humans as drugs. You're the only one that can stop them. We're gonna have to take out the entire alien drug cartel.
You're just gonna leave me here in what, space?
Everybody lives in space, including you. All right, you're a bounty hunter now. You've got.
That's enough of that. But yeah, the faces, the little aliens on the top of the guns, and I've never done anything like that before. Not sure we'll ever do anything like that again, but really fun. And last but not least, I'm part of the Harry Potter generation, so I love this one. Yeah, our tech was used in Hogwarts Legacy. The art style is somewhere in between. It's not hyper-realistic. It's not aliens on guns. But the reason I wanted to draw your attention to this example is because, as well as the fictional language elements, we've got the spell casting. Our technology was used to process facial animation across 8 different languages. So English, a number of other European languages, and Japanese. And yeah, our technology was used to ensure that same high standard across all of those different languages, to the point where people were talking about it on Twitter. So this was really good fun to see. This says 10 minutes, but you're saying I've got another 30 seconds. I could have shown the whole of the Squanch Games.
Oh, sorry, you've got 30 seconds.
I have, that's it from me. You guys have been a lovely audience. Thank you so much.
Superb. Very clever stuff. Sorry, it wasn't superb when. It was excellent. Loved it. Yeah, I'm going to use that in my next game when I'm clever enough to make one, which is never. So no money from me. Sorry. So next we've got a company called Beta Chester, and they do AR and VR. I don't know. I don't. I was trying to pitch Adam the other day. So Adam is going to come up next from Beta Chester. Adam Closeboyne. I was messing your name up. Adam. Sorry. And so he works in VR and AR, and I was kind of pitching my idea of a Manchester augmented reality studio called AR Kid. And not into it at all, didn't buy any of it. So I'll just leave it to Adam to talk because he knows what he's talking about. So Adam.
Keep writing. I'm sure there'll be good ideas in the future. I'm here for pun-based studio games. Hi everyone, my name's Adam Boyne. I'm going to talk about accessible communication, including neurodiversity in particular. I'm not going to focus on the neurodiversity too much because I think a lot of these things, accessibility just makes things more accessible for everyone. But I'll talk about why. I think there are some small bits and pieces that just come from understanding each other and people and humans that are really useful for any kind of team of any size, kind of communicating with each other, finding better ways to talk to each other and understanding each other. So just to give you a little bit of a quick intro on me. Like I said, my name is Adam. I've been running a studio called Beta Jester for just over 8 years now. We do a combination of work for hire and our own indie games as well. We're a team of 12. We're a majority neurodivergent studio, which is great because it means we get to work with different people, do lots of cool things, and learn more about how to work with everyone. I also run the community Playing Attention, which is about raising awareness of and supporting ADHD in the UK games industry. And I'm also now sort of kind of announced part of the IGDA special interest group in neurodiversity as well. So I'm big on kind of raising awareness on like how people think and how we can work together. If you're interested in the other, I'll put a link at the end as well. And also we make cool games like that little robots. You can find that out later. That's not what I'm here for today. So 6 key things that I'm going to talk about today in my 8 minutes that remain. I'm going to talk about breaking down tasks. I'm going to talk about iterative process, feedback and review, asking questions, inviting responses, and scheduling. Some of these things you'll have heard before from many talks. Some of these things might be brand new. Some of these things you might think, oh, that doesn't matter about me, but it might matter to your employees, or it might matter, if you're an employee, it might matter to the people your management to be aware of. So let's have a whip through. Also, I realize now I've used lots of like cool illustrations. It's very businessy. I definitely am going for GIFs next time. That's the thing I'm taking away from today. So breaking tasks down. A massive thing about tasks is often people who are managers or in position, they got about 8,000 things on their mind, and they were like, "Oh, just build a pirate ship and walk away." And you're standing there going, "What kind of pirate ship? There's a lot of pirates, And the thing with this is that when we actually break down these tasks, when we work hard to kind of bring the sheer amount of things down to the minutiae, break it down into the smallest kind of possible blocks, it actually reduces miscommunication. If people understand what it is that you want to build, you just say build a pirate ship, and they come back and it's red, and you go, "Oh, I meant a blue pirate ship," and you're like, "Well, say blue then." Like if you actually think about it and try breaking down tasks, like, okay, well first you got to build the blue planks. Oh, okay, right, it's blue. I understand now. It also improves team momentum because progression is whether you're building a big task or a small task, it's still progress. And actually, it's a lot easier to see progress and feel momentum and feel like, okay, we're getting stuff done. When you're doing a small task and doing another small task, another small task. A task that's going to take 2 weeks, it takes 2 weeks to feel that progress. But if it's take a 2-week task broken down into 10 days worth of work, every day you're feeling that, like, okay, we're getting stuff done, we're putting stuff in, stuff's going into the Discord, the Slack, being posted, we know where we're moving. It helps create that team momentum that can carry people through big projects. And it also reduces confusion and anxiety. A huge problem for people is not being sure what to do next. And especially when we're talking about people who, if you're a manager and these are people that you're working with, these are people who are juniors or new to your studio, they get worried and don't want to ask you because they don't want to look like, oh, I'm not 100% sure what I'm doing, but if I say that, maybe they won't think I'm very good, so I'm just going to kind of power through it. The more you can break these things down and make them inside bite-sized chunks, they can detail what they are kind of in themselves, the easier it is for people to kind of understand. And the easier it is for people to ask questions because they're not asking about what is the pirate ship. They're saying, okay, on this mast, on this bit, do you want it like this, that, or the other? So, next one, asking questions. 1, ask questions. Seems logical. A lot of people don't. They're just like, yeah, I'll just carry on and do it. Oh, was it you wanted on that? I'll figure it out as I go along. It's the easiest way to lead to miscommunication between teams. No one asked any questions. No one, when they caught up it and they weren't sure, they didn't go, you know what, let me just ask. And I can say as a manager, ask me as many questions if you want. If it's a question that I think is silly, I'll go, well, why do I think it's silly? Because this person didn't know the answer. The more questions you ask me, the more likely that you're getting the thing that I want you to make and want you to do right. And that's first time, and that's much better for me than having to you put a lot of work in, I'm like, oh, that's not quite what I meant, and we have to go back and forth and back and forth. Encourage the team to ask them. It may feel like to you, you're like, well, I ask questions all the time, but your team may not feel like they can ask you questions. If you're like a strong character or you've got lots of ideas and you're sort of powering ahead, then they may not feel like that they can ask you because you're too busy or because you know what you're doing, or they may just be anxious. So encourage your team to ask them. Provide spaces for these questions to be had. Schedule time in. Go, okay, we're going to do the sprint review, but for the first half an hour, If you've got any questions, bring them to me, ask them, etc., and develop a supportive processes. Ways to encourage people to do this, that says to them, hey, you know what? You're doing good work here. But if you've got things that you need to come and bring to me, here's how we do it. Here's how we work. Work with your team and find out what works best for them. Feedback and review. Encourage asking for feedback. Again, you may feel like you're always asking for feedback. You're going to the people above you and going, oh, hey, tell me how I'm doing. But it's important to go to people and encourage them to do it. Invite them in. Invite them and say, like, you know, like a vampire trying to come into your house, right? Say, hey, yeah, come in for feedback. Just say to them, like, oh, you can ask me for feedback at any time. We can schedule time in if you want, got a specific piece and you want to understand how you did. That's fine. Encourage them to ask and provide honest and constructive feedback and positive feedback. Sometimes we can get caught up in one or the other, either being brutally honest with people and just being like, yeah, this is okay, that's fine, da, da, da. But it's important to say to people when they're doing a good job, because they don't always know. You know, if you just never tell them when they're doing a good job, you just go, well, I assume they knew it because they didn't say anything. They don't. Say to them, you know what, that was perfect, that was really good. Because it also tells them, hey, you know what, that was good work. If I keep doing that thing, that's what they're looking for. And create scheduled feedback and review time. It's hard in a schedule to always make time to do this kind of thing because we're all barreling on, we're all different studios, we've all got lots of work to do, we've got our own work to do. If you schedule the time in, you put it in a calendar and everyone sees it, it's easier to make time for it. If you say, yeah, we'll get that next week sometime, odds are it's not going to happen because you've got other priorities, things will come up. Schedule that time in. Now, the iterative process. You'll have heard people saying this all the time, built into Agile, fail fast and often. It's better to get something small, something wrong. It's better to get a small thing wrong and get it right quicker than to spend a long time building something up for it to be not right. Go through the process, iterate on it, sketches, little things, gray boxes, tweak a little bit and check. It's better to do something quick and easy and go, is this about right? Is this what we're looking for? Than to try and build up a huge thing and then find out that it's not quite what you meant to do. Highlight the positives. Like I said, it's important to go, hey, this was really good. This was great. This didn't quite work for us. But actually this part of it was fantastic. The more people hear that, the more they understand. Not only do they understand what you want, but the more supported they will feel. Frequent feedback. Again, a lot of these things link into each other. The more feedback you give, the more people understand where you're going with this, the more people can go, yeah, this makes sense. Yeah, okay, I've got this. Yeah, I understand what you want me to do with this now. And that's really useful for people across the board. And finally, you get better results faster. If you iterate, if you do small tweaks and changes, it's much easier to kind of course correct the direction you're going in and align with what you want to end up with overall than if you go way down the path, you're like, actually, we kind of need to go way over there. Inviting responses. I've pulled this out a couple of times in some previous ones, but I want to kind of highlight it, especially from a neurodivergent perspective. It's hard to ask for, to go to someone and ask for a question. It's hard to go and give a comment. It's hard to go to somebody, especially somebody who's your boss or your manager, your line manager or CEO or whatever, and say, actually, I think this, or can I just ask a question about this? So if you are working with people, you have people who listen to you and are going to do tasks because you've set them to them, invite those responses, actively invite those responses, encourage them, go to them and say, hey, look, you know, I'm part of the team too. I don't get things right all the time. Come and tell me if you're thinking something, if you're not sure about something, if it doesn't make sense, come and tell me. Because ultimately, it's probably your responsibility. You as a person in charge, like if they're not sure about something, the answer probably needs to come from you anyway. So the more you can get them to bring that information to you, the easier it's going to be to get the right thing. Create spaces, safe spaces for this to happen. Because again, people won't be sure, people will be anxious. The more you encourage and create the time and create space, the more you take it seriously, the more you demonstrate that you care about what these people think and you want to know, the more and more they'll build up the ability to come to you and say, actually, you know what, let me just ask you this, let me just check this real quick. And it doesn't become a big thing, it just becomes a small, easy, oh, hey, what do you think about this? And then that's exactly what you want. And build processes to help the team respond openly. Allow the team to feel comfortable in coming to you and saying the honest truth. If they don't like something, you need to know that because maybe you've missed something, maybe you've misunderstood. Or if they don't understand something, but you do, you need to know that so you can explain to them, hey, this is actually why I've chosen to do it this way. And when they understand, they can then produce better work because they understand what you're trying to do here. And then finally, scheduling. Create a plan for people to prepare, especially with people who are autistic, for example. Knowing ahead of time what's coming is really, really important. And to be fair for all people, like if you can plan, you know when the meetings are, you know when you're going to be focusing on work, it's so much easier to get through what you're trying to do. Avoid sudden changes. It doesn't help any team. It breaks people up. It means that they're kind of, you know, if you have to jump into a meeting and stuff, it messes up a whole day. Create the points for people to connect. Make sure you've got meetings and scheduled time and create a schedule with the team, not for the team. Make sure that you're working with how people work and not just imposing your will on them. So then the 6, breaking tasks down, iterative process, feedback and review, asking questions, inviting responsive scheduling, so close. And if you're interested in finding out more about accessible communication, you can find out more about me and my team. That was good timing, I'm taking that. You can find out more about us at betagest.co.uk. If you're interested in playing attention, and particularly kind of the impact on ADHD, especially its role in the youth games industry, you can go to adhdgames.co.uk and find out more about playing attention. As well at AdamB1234 or at adam@betagest.co.uk, and I'll be around afterwards as well. Thank you.
That was like genuinely just helpful for everyone working with neurodiverse people or not. It was Adam spoke a lot of sense. So we're going to have a 15-minute break now. We're going to finish that break at 5 to 9. We're going to do the last few talks, and then we're going to do Robot Chef. And last chance to do the raffle stuff. I don't know where we're up to on the raffle, but I know the chances of winning are still really high. So if you've just got £5, please drop it if you can, or whatever. And yeah, and then last session. The raffle is for all sorts of. So we've got a cuddly toy, weekend in Ibiza, cruise ship. We win the whole cruise ship basically. Storage container. No, we've got. Okay. So such a div sometimes. So it's for special effect. Special effect, just effecteffect.org.uk. Just go and have a look. I mean, they transform. This is no word of a lie. They transform people's lives through the power of games. So definitely, you know, we're all in games. We all love games. To give games to somebody who can't access games, it's transformative. It really is. So so please support them if you can. And then we're gonna, if we can have just over 10 minutes, and then sit back down, quiet, a few more talks, really good talks. We've got some really good people coming up, and then we've got Robot Chef. What's not to like? Hurrah! Okay, Kevin.
Name me one industry event that does that. I say we take pride in our slogan and what we do, and yeah, it's been an amazing journey to this point. My presentation is a little bit different to what we are, so I'm here to talk a little bit more about what Format is and what we do. And basically, to put it is, we like to do mad shit. So 7 years ago, they basically told me to get a job in Tesco. I decided to, I'm going to build a rave for the games industry instead. I basically wanted to take the best elements of the traditional expo style convention, mix it with a networking event, similar to the likes of what you see at Develop Brighton, but then also mix it with nightlife culture. Because to me, I never understood why no one took the most adaptable medium on the planet and mixed it with nightlife culture. Video games are incredible. Video game culture is absolutely amazing and so versatile. And I never understood why no one wanted to make a rave for the games industry. So I decided I'm going to do it. And over the course of that 7-year journey, we're here now to the point where we're going multi-regional in the next year. And we've managed to build our team out to an amazing team of people of 5. And I'm really excited for what the future holds. We've had over 250 game studios, brands and community leaders with us over the course of our 7-year journey, which is absolutely incredible for a games industry event. And we've hosted countless events of our own and for multiple clients over the last 2 years. But we've all done it without the corporate BS, which we take an immense amount of pride in. And our events see over 1,000 attendees per event. We've also recently just launched a brand new announcement, which we've transitioned into a 2-evening event. So we just launched our lovely new event, RE Format, which is a VIP industry night, which takes place basically the night before the event. And basically, to be quite honest what this is, I just wanted to piss up in Manchester for all the game studios. I basically wanted a Develop Brighton party, so I thought, fuck it. Not only am I going to build a rave for the games industry, I'm going to bring a Develop Brighton party to the industry as well. And this takes place the night before all of our events as well. And what this is basically just a night for publishers, sponsors, exhibitors, and all the people who have made Format what it is today, just to come together like what we're doing tonight and basically eat a load of free food and drink on us. It's amazing. You basically just get hammered, basically. And these are just a few pictures from what that kind of looks like. As you can see, we just do a lot of stuff. And if you are lucky, you will get flowers, like in that top right image there that I give to some of the people there. You might even get a bottle of champagne if you play your cards right, like that guy did there. But that's what this basically is in a nutshell. We're a 2-evening event which mixes all the great elements of the traditional trade show, grassroots community game development, and also basically bringing networking together in Manchester and other regions of the UK very soon. This is just some of the 250 brands that we've worked with. I literally could not fit all of them on any slides, so this presentation would be endless if I tried that. But as you can see, these are just some of the brands that we've worked with, that we've housed as exhibitors, sponsors, partners, and clients over the last 7 years. We also offer events for hire services. So we are an events for hire services and creative agency, and we've done a lot of mad shit over the years. So we've basically organised events for people. We really took all that stress that no one wants to do in events, because events are stressful. You have to be a madman like me to actually enjoy it. We've also launched energy drinks. We're the first ever games industry event in the world to launch its own branded energy drink, which you can get, by the way, cheeky discount code, totally not sponsored by Rave Energy on this presentation. And what we'll also do is basically just help events and brands take their events to the next level through our amazing team of people and what we offer. And these are just some of the clients that we've worked with over the last 2 years as an events for hire company. We've worked with the likes of the Guildford Games Festival. We've worked with Rave Energy to host a numerous amount of their community events. We've worked with Kitropolis for Indie Zones. We've helped the amazing games industry disabled children's charity Everyone Can, with a lot of their game together sessions, and we're currently also working with the lovely team at Neon Vibes as well with some really cool stuff. And on top of all that, because we already didn't have enough to do, what we do is we help game studios basically make cool shit. Don't ask me why I blurred out the shit in this one. I've already used swear words multiple times, so I kind of lost what I was doing at that point. But what we can basically do is, to put it in very simple terms, a lot of our team are also ex-industry. So we come from marketing backgrounds, programming, influencer and press outreach, community management. And what we can do is basically help game studios take that stuff to the next level. We've come into multiple studios to help them with their marketing efforts. We've helped them come in from a programming or an art production perspective. And we've just generally brought good vibes as well to a lot of the people that we work with and are currently working with at the moment. So it isn't just events what we do. We like to help game studios as well. As you can see, there are some of the fantastic team on there as well, because I like to make sure people know who they are. And we totally did not pose for all of those pictures. And this is just some of the clients that we have worked with and are currently working with at the moment, and with the events for hire stuff and the game studios that we've done as well. So we've got an impressive portfolio of clients that we're working with at the moment, and we're really glad to be taking this sort of stuff to the next level. Because for us, it was really about bringing what we had to offer, really, because we are an amazing team of people. I'm very proud of what they've done, and we're very, very versatile in the skill sets that we can offer to a lot of our clients and the services that we can provide. So we're really happy to be able to just help and continue to give back to the games industry community and studios as well, because we already had enough to do, but we thought, fuck it, we'll add more stuff into what we need to do. So the big question I always get asked is what is next? Because every single week I seem to make an announcement. I get told that I'm the announcement guy on LinkedIn quite a lot because, you know, we don't like to sit around basically, but what does the future kind of look like over the next sort of 12 months for us? Well, I've got another little sneak peek for you all very soon as well on the next slide, kind of what that future looks like. So we are growing our team quite very, very soon. We're going to be bringing on an amazing person who's going to help us transform a lot of the marketing efforts surrounding format. We've got another event which we're announcing in 2 weeks' time, and then I've also got an amazing announcement coming out next week. I'm going to tease that a little bit, but it's quite a big one. It involves that signing a lot of cool paperwork there, but yeah, you will see the results of that next week. And we're going bigger than ever on our 2024 event, which comes to the next thing. You all now get to see something that my team gets very angry at me for sharing, but I'm allowed to do this. So this is kind of a hint of what's coming in the very future. We are expanding out of Manchester, so we are going to run another event in another city alongside the Manchester counterpart as well. So if any of you want to take pictures of that and dissect it and then try and do an E3 thing where you pick it apart, you are more than welcome to. It's kind of obvious really where it might be, but you know, keeping it a secret for now. And I am basically done now in a nutshell because no one needs to listen to me wobble. And I've done it with 5 seconds. There we go.
Nice. My favourite kind of paperwork is cool paperwork. I don't like the shit paperwork or the heavy paperwork or council tax paperwork. Cool paperwork, we all want that. So that is good. So next, I think this script is kind of dead anyway. However, who's next? Rob from Rob Huey from Houston Games. There is some stuff here to say about Rob, but I've known Rob for quite a few years. Top bloke, clever bloke, knows his stuff. What I love about him most is that he has this urgency and need to bring new people and new talent into the industry, and I just absolutely love that. And foster that talent. So hands together, please, for Rob.
Very nice. I was.
I'm a bit unbig.
That explains it. Do I do some? Oh, there's something's moving for me. Where's my tour?
Piano and the traffic sensor are all working, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yes. Ghost.
I don't see my talk in the list, which could be a problem here. Oh, hang on a minute. I've got it here on a USB stick. We have the technology people. This wasn't planned, but never mind. There we go. That fit in. I've always got a USB stick with me. Let's hope this works.
It's a cassette tape.
It is a cassette tape. Okay. Shall I just run it straight on? Oh, you're doing it. Am I doing it? You're doing it. That one, it's that one there. Yeah, that's it. Oh, I have to leave the cassette in there now. Don't take it out. Okay. There we go. It's probably my fault. I probably was late putting it up online or something. So, I am Rob from Huey Games, and there goes the timer. This is our wonderful team, enjoying all the fruits of being a video games developer. And this is how we've grown that team
since we set up Huey Games back in 2016. And this orange curve here is quite a well-known thing. It's called the something something effect. Does anybody know what that might be? It is, of course, the Kildo-Taylor effect. No, it's the Dunning-Kruger effect. He's gone. Bad joke. It's the Dunning-Kruger effect. So the Dunning-Kruger effect is whenever you start something new, whether it's a new hobby or a new company or a new project, it kind of charts your enthusiasm for that. And so say you want to learn to play the piano and you think, oh, I can already play the guitar. This is going to be brilliant. It's going to be easy for me. And I'm going to show off to all my friends that I can play the piano. Fantastic. That's called the peak of enthusiasm. And then the valley of despair is when you realize, oh my God, it's a completely different skill set. This is much harder than I thought it was going to be. And then you quit. We've all done it. We've tried a new hobby. We tried going to the gym and then we quit. But actually, if you plow on and you put your time and your energy and your commitment into it, then gradually, incrementally, you start to think, oh shit, I'm actually getting better at this. And then eventually you reach the plateau of sustainability where you can kind of do it, maybe not to the level of your initial dreams. And that kind of maps to how we've grown the team, I've realized, and pretty much everything we do, everything all of us do. And so when I look back at that curve and I think about all the projects that we've done along the way, it kind of is divided into two eras. That first era, when it was just me and my co-founder, John, for several years, we were in that valley of despair. We started our company full of enthusiasm, and then we gone, oh shit, this is much more difficult, even though we've been in the industry for a long time. And we refer to that period as the poverty trap. And what I mean by that is the only people are only going to give you investment if you've got a product or a service or a business model that's worth investing in. And the only way that you're going to prove that, somebody said earlier, the only way you're going to evidence that is by building something that proves that it's worth investing in. But you can't build that if you haven't got any money. So you haven't got the money to build the thing that gets you the money. So you're in a catch-22 situation. And we had to break out of that. And eventually we did, of course. And you can see all the wonderful projects we've worked on the right-hand side there as a porting company. And we've grown the team and grown the company off the back of that. And we've got several on the right there still under wraps that we can't talk about just yet. So what I want to do is just take some time to talk about 3 philosophies that work for us in terms of helping us to get through that process. The first philosophy, survive long enough to get lucky. Now, don't do this. This is not a good strategy for running a company. If you're thinking of starting a studio, survive long enough to get lucky is not a good business strategy. But if you find yourself in that valley of despair, then maybe you end up having to do that. And we kind of found ourselves there. So survive long enough to get lucky. But that get lucky part, this isn't about waiting for your lottery ticket to come along. People talk about creating your own luck. Certainly you have to be intentional about what does get lucky mean. And for us, we thought about what skills do we have, me and John. I came from a design background. I've been a game director for many years before. John was our CTO. He was a programmer and he had all this technical knowledge. And his knowledge is much more sellable than mine. So we thought, right, we're going to go and sell his knowledge on a work for hire basis. I'm going to go and do the selling. He's going to do the working. And we're going to figure out something that we can do again and again and again for reproducible revenue. We didn't quite know what it was going to be. But in the meantime, we have to survive. So that's going to be our luck. We have to survive. And that can kind of feel like Flappy Bird bouncing along the bottom of your bank balance. So what can we do to survive? At some points we had a month or 2 before we're going to go under. Well, what has worked in the past? We're all dealt a hand in life and so on. And we all have cards in our hand that other people don't have. And one of the cards that we had was we had this retro gaming community. We'd done a Kickstarter campaign for a retro gaming book, which had been successful. Then we had to write the book. We'd done a Kickstarter campaign for a retro gaming shoot 'em up called Hyper Sentinel, which had been successful. Then we had to make the game. And when we did that, we had these cassettes. One of the rewards I came up with for that was this collector's USB cassette. So we were going to put the game on the cassette and you could line it up with the other Commodore 64 and Spectrum cassettes, which this community enjoyed. And we also when the game came out, when Hyper Sentinel came out, we signed a deal with Strictly Limited Games to do a PlayStation 4 physical box version. And I looked at what they'd done and I thought, now that's a business model. Strictly Limited, they don't have to worry about making the bloody game like we did. They license the game off of people like us. They put it on a disc, they put it in a box, and they sell it to an audience they know they've got because they've already got the subscribers. And they do it again and again and again and again. And that was the kind of get lucky thing we wanted to get towards. So I thought, okay, maybe we can do that on a smaller scale just to survive for now. Maybe we can go and do more of these cassettes, license other people's games that are already done, so we're not raising the Kickstarter to make the whole game, just the cassette. And that worked. With the first cassette raised a few grand, and we've done 13 of them now, and we've done about 15 Kickstarters in total. But that was not the thing that we're going to build the company on. That was just the survival thing. We still had to get lucky. And the next, that sounds terrible. The next philosophy, gamble as the house. So when you're thinking about making a new project, making a new game, obviously you're going to do a business case for that. You're going to go and research the market. You're going to go and do a risk assessment, all of those really important things. But ultimately what you're saying is, with this gamble I'm taking, with this risk I'm taking, am I the punter walking into Caesar's Palace, or am I Caesar's Palace? Or, you know, where am I on that ratio? It boils down to that. And so you can ask that question for any decision that you have to make, any risk that you have to make, no matter how small. A call that you've got to make, an email that you've got to send. Are we the punter or are we the house? And if you're the punter, maybe don't do it. Or maybe think, how do I tilt the odds in my favor? How do I get past 50%, 55%, 60% odds in my favor so that I feel more like I'm the house than the punter? And if you can do that over time, you can build up some success. How do you know if you're the punter or the house? That's the third philosophy. Pre-mortem everything. So post-mortems are great, but we can't do anything about the past. The pre-mortem is when you look at your project or the thing you want to do, the call you've got to make, whatever it is, and you look into the future and you say, what's the worst case scenario? What can go wrong? Don't worry about what can go right. We all start projects thinking about what can go right. I'll do this, and then this will happen, then they'll sign us, and then we'll do that. That will take care of itself. Think about what could go wrong. So look into the future. Imagine Donald Trump in 2015, the first time he announced he was running for presidency. And everyone said he's not going to get the Republican nomination. He'll be out of the race in a couple of months. Then he got the Republican nomination. Everyone said he's not going to win the presidency. And of course, won the presidency. If in 2015, you know, people had sat down and said, yeah, he is nuts and controversial, but look at what he's done in the past in his businesses. He's been nuts and controversial and got loads of media attention, and he knows how to leverage that, and he knows how to take that to be this and that. And you can write a narrative. You write a narrative from where you are now to your worst case scenario. I presume that's a lot of people's worst case scenario. From where you are now to that worst case scenario, and you realize that narrative is actually not unlikely at all. It's quite, you can quite see it happening. And that's really powerful. And then you think, okay, what elements of that narrative can we prevent? What can we control? And what can't we do anything about? The PCU table, preventable, controllable, unavoidable. The things that we can prevent, we prevent. We list the actions we're going to take to prevent them. The things that we can't prevent, but we can reduce or control, what actions we're going to take to mitigate them. And the things that we can't do anything about, well, how are we going to brace ourselves if this thing happens? Because those narratives will happen. Those are some tools that we used that were useful for us, some philosophies that were useful for us. And eventually, we got out of the poverty trap. We discovered that the thing for us, the business model for us was porting. We became a console porting company, became known for porting, and we grew the company and worked on all these wonderful projects. So I hope that was useful. Thank you very much. Thank you.
I think survive long enough till you get lucky is like been the slogan of the Tory party for the past 24 years. But a little bit of politics. So last talk before Robot Chef
So Gary from Pocket Size Hands, our last talker. A few years ago, I was on the Transfuser judging panel, and it was great. You know, these when you get on these judging panels, they're always great. You see new young teams who are emerging, who kind of come and show you their games, and the ambitions are fantastic. The creations are usually amazing. But often, or not very often, do you see people come in and going, okay, these people are smart, these people have a business plan, and they understand that games is a business as opposed to games is going to be this thing that makes my dream come true. And Gary's company was one of them. So I was really privileged to meet him that long ago with race cars around Belfast City Centre and stuff as kids, and it was good to reconnect with him. So here we go. So Gary McTan from Pocket Size Hands.
Thank you, Stephen. Everyone, big hand for Stephen, who's been excellent tonight at being our You told me to say that. Thank you. Yes, I've been wanting to do this talk for a while, and finally, I've worked with a publisher who's allowed me to do a bit of a retrospective on one of the projects that we've ported for them. And one of the things I realized after writing this talk last week is that you can't talk about porting within 10 minutes. So this is going to be a whistle-stop tour of what it's like to be a porting company and some of the things that you should be looking out for. So first, a little bit about us, some of the cool stuff that we've been doing recently. Like Stephen said, 6 years ago now, Stephen, that Transfuser was. It's getting long, you know. But now some of the coolest things that we're working on is working with Adult Swim on Pocket Mortys. We've done multiple projects with Ripstone, and one of the coolest bits of work that I think we've ever done is Oddworld Soulstorm, because I used to play those games as a kid and it was really fantastic. But we're not here to talk about some of them. We're here to talk about a game called Clive and Wrench, which was heavily inspired by retro platformers, things like Spyro, Ratchet and Clank, Banjo-Kazooie. And the original developer, Rob, has done a fantastic job over the course of 11 years of bringing his dream to life to come to a game that looks like this today. It's absolutely fantastic, the journey that this game has been on. So some quick facts, like I just mentioned, it's been 11 years in development, and it's been done by a solo developer. Minus us, I think around 20 people have touched the project in terms of outsourcing and getting a couple of scripters in to help him. It originally was built in Unity 4. I didn't even know Unity 4 existed, so a lot of legacy code within the project when we got it. And I know this isn't the best way to measure optimization, but when we did our cold ports initially, getting around average 8 frames per second within the consoles, and there was no source control. We were handed the project on Google Drive. So how hard could all of this be? And so the best way to think about this is that your porting journey starts before you even get the project. Starts before you even sign the contract. So normally we get access to the project, and that allows us to do a cold port. Cold port is just getting it on the consoles as quick as we can to test it, see where it's at. Really helps us, allows us to analyze what the state of the project is. Then this allows us to do our internal investigations. This is a 2-week process where we really dive deep into the code and scrutinize everything. You know, looking at the engine version, what do we need to upgrade? What plugins are in use? What assets are being used within the project? Basically, what we're trying to do is to figure out everything, get an understanding of the code base so that there's no surprises when we go to do the actual hard work. And one of the most important things, and I say everything is the most important thing in this talk, but this is definitely one of the most important, is to do our internal review. You know, looking at the project in terms of like strategic for our business, you know, is it going to hit some of the goals that we want to do as a business? And then also, you know, do we have the capacity to do this? And do we have the knowledge to do this? Or do we have the skill set to take on this bit of work? Once we do that, we build out a risk register. You know, we're only doing this investigation for about 2 weeks. There's going to be a lot of unknowns, and we got to figure out what some of those are, try and plan to mitigate some of them. And again, just make sure that we're not going to have any surprises that we fall into. Once that's done, we get our external review document, send it across to the clients, the publisher. We sign the contracts, and then, hey, woo, we do the easy part, right? So some of the core challenges, and for anyone who's done porting, this is going to seem pretty obvious, but I'll just, again, whistle-stop tour through some of them. You big issues with performance that we had in this game when we first got it. Being built originally in Unity 4, there was a lot of legacy systems there. The old particle system was still in use within Unity, and getting all of that updated just so that we could release it on console was a real challenge. There was no asset management throughout the game at all. There was no documentation, and especially because the original developer wasn't a coder, he didn't know what any of the systems were doing. So we had a real challenge in figuring out some of those systems designs that were in place. And one of the unknowns that we couldn't figure out within our investigations was we could not guarantee that we would hit 60 frames per second with the technical challenge that we had within this project. So we went back to the publisher and said, we can do this for you, but we can only guarantee 30 FPS. And this comes up later. So some specific things to look out for. Too many materials in the project in terms of art assets, too many polys, too many objects within the scene. Draw distance can be too high. There's too many dynamic lights. You can have expensive shaders. On the code side of things, there was really expensive operations in use. They were using GameObject.find every tick, so they weren't caching it at all or any of those objects. There was no object pooling. There was lots of physics. Every object had physics within the game. Lots of store assets. There was real complex logic between code and the actual engine between the scenes. So things were triggering off things within the animator was triggering off other things within the code again. And there was a real lack of consistency within the prefabs project. So we had a huge task ahead of us. And, initially the biggest challenge was optimization. So while the code team and the art team were heavily involved in this, our QA was overcoming another challenge. And one of the things, again, I say this is probably really important, is get an up-to-date QA report from the developer or the publisher. And as soon as you get it, start doing your own QA report, because those bugs are just going to start building and building and building and building. When we finished our first QA pass on the game, before we even started any work on it, we had over 700 priority 1 blockers to even get the game to gold before we could even start thinking about porting. So our role evolved into more of a co-development role. So we weren't only helping out with the ports at that time, we were now helping the developer get this game over the line. So some of the things that we had to do to solve some of these challenges, looking at some of the platform-specific enablers, making sure things are only being put on the Switch that need to be put on the Switch versus PlayStation 5. Quick wins like reducing the draw distance. We had to do ad hoc art reworks where we could. We had combining any meshes that were in place. This ended up causing a memory leak, which is another talk entirely, which, that happened 2 weeks before we were meant to submit, and it took us a week to try and find it. It was a lot of fun. Setting up that addressable system, so we had proper asset management in place. Setting up LODs. One of the things that we find when we do our investigations report, a lot of indie studios are great at setting up LODs. Not all of them set up shader LODs, which is a real quick win to try and take advantage of that. So keep in mind, switching the lighting platform, switching your rendering platform, reducing the physics time step, and then just trying to refactor the code where possible. And there's lots of places that we had to compromise. The physics system was a bit of a mess. Again, being really undocumented, it was really hard to find out what we could change, what we could fix without breaking everything else. We couldn't fix all the assets and models within the game just because of the time frame that we had set for ourselves. And we couldn't refactor everything, much due to because of how complex and coupled it was within everything else. And then we couldn't fix all of the prefabs, but we managed to get some proper prefab structure in the game where we could. So back to the 30 FPS, again, something that we said we couldn't guarantee hitting 60 frames per second. So hitting that optimization target that we set for ourselves, the original developer, one of the things that was really important for him was the look and feel of the game, that visual fidelity that he had in place. And that came down to 2 main things, one being the post-processing and one being some of the shaders that he had in the game. And especially the fur shader, he was really passionate about and he wanted to keep in the game. And that first shader was incredibly unoptimized. But of course, when it was announced on Twitter that the game was going to be 30 FPS in PlayStation 5, Twitter had a lot of fun. I think my favorite one of these changes every day, but it's a nice thread. And they could be a little bit mean. So we went back to the publisher and we had a real informed chat about what we could actually do to solve this problem and fix it. And can anyone tell what we actually did? We got rid of the first shader. So the first shader was one of the only things we did, and bam. Like, and it was actually really good the way we did this though, because we knew the first shader was such an easy win, it was such an easy fix to change. It actually made us have to focus on some of the harder technical challenges to overcome before looking back at this. And it was great. Happy days. So some of the key reflections and takeaways from this, just identify the bottlenecks early, figure out some of those quick wins, make difficult decisions early, and calculate those compromises with the original developers as well. Don't add technical debt. It's an 11-year-old game. You're going to make your job harder if you just add anything more to that. And then one of the best things to think about, especially when you're doing ports, is just try to manage that performance and quality at every step. If you want to get a game through TRCs, they're thinking about the user experience. And if you take that mindset where you've got a game that feels really good for a player to go through and play, really bug-free, that is just going to help you get over those stages when it comes to submission. And that's me. Thank you very much for all listening.
Nice. Didn't understand a word of that. but it, impressive. I mean, it was. You look better. Well, you did. I know it was at Ocean we did a game called Easy, and it was a mouse with an attitude because it was the 90s, and every character, every company had a silly game like that. So thank you for that. It's excellent. Now we. Kids. What now? We're going to have a 20-minute break so that Robot Chef can set up their amazing robot chefery. We're apparently on the raffle. We're at £1,800, so that's good. So if we get £200 more, that'd be £2,000, and that would be really good, wouldn't it? And that was if you got £2,000 divided by 5, the odds of winning on the is like everyone will win something if we get that £200. I'm not brilliant on maths, and I've had 2 pints of lager, so but I think that's correct, and it's for special effects. So please, in the 20 minutes, I'm going to do it. I'll do it. I'll do it first. Then you can see me with my cash on it. Won't be all kind of gift aided because it's my cash. I'll do it. And then we'll get to £2,000 and everyone will be a winner. So yeah, 20 minutes before I finish, because I don't know if I'm allowed on after this. But I just wanted to say, this would not have happened without Mr. Colin McDonald, who is at the back. Amazing event, bringing this down here to the Northwest. It's been incredible and really unique. Nothing like this happens, I don't think. It's not formal. It's not like businessy. It tells you, you've had a shit ton of information downloaded into your brain. So it's really valuable. And it's a brilliant event. And it wouldn't have happened without a catalyst like Colin. So massive round of applause. Thanks, Colin. 20 minutes, raffle, please. If you even just a £5, and then Robot Chef free. Superb. So thank you.
Oh, Stephen, there's one more thank you.
One more thank you. Oh yes. So technical support, superb. Oh, and you know what? Before I went. Oh, and what's your name? But then you disappeared into things. So what's your name? Sorry.
My name's Camille.
Camille.
Yeah.
Thank you, Camille.
Say my name right.
Oh, sorry. Oh, hey. Hooray for me! I'm amazing. No, well, excellent. No, thank you, because it's all been a bit sporadic as well. So superb. But yeah, so thank you. But 20 minutes, and then Robot Chef.
I'm glad your eyesight's better than mine. I never caught that. We can check. There is a log there, we will check. Okay, so for the second copy of Total War 3, let's spin the wheel again. No more. And for the third copy of Total War 3, let's spin the wheel again. I'm going to say that it should be sound, but if it's not, I think we should. We roll.
Yeah.
Okay, let's roll. How many copies of Total War 3 did then you can Yeah, remove them all, go. Thanks. Okay, next up we have Black Label, thanks to Wired Productions. Let's Let's re-roll. Thank you very much. Okay, next up is Martha's Dead VIP Collector's Edition, thanks to Wire. So, okay, next up we have the Fantasy Art of Ollie Frey book. Next up we have the Nintendo Switch bundle, thanks to PQ. Great, that is here as well. Next up we have the PS4 game bundle, thanks to PQ. Jamie said, congratulations. Okay, next up we have the PS5 game bundle, thanks to PQ. Re-roll, thank you very much. Everybody got the Yes.
You want it?
One second. Let's go again.
We won't test you take it if you feel it. Georgia, PS5 bundle, we'll give you that later. Okay, next is being a little bit skateboard deck next to Randall Ford. Peter Mills, that's good to hear. Good, we have the Rainbow Six goodie bundle thanks to Ubisoft. Thank you, Jessica. So congratulations. Next up we have the Raw Fury publisher, All Team with Steam. Yeah. Okay. Multiple factors of speed people and very interesting represented on into one of the bundle of meetings something about people's lives. Brilliant. Thank you very much for Bridget coming on with this. Awesome. Congratulations again. That's exactly. Just in closing, I would like to thank all of our speakers today. There's an absolute brilliant. We've had a bunch of visiting publishers, we've had a bunch of local studios, we've had a bunch of Scottish studios. Some folk have done a ton of talks, some have done very few or none at all. They've done absolutely brilliant. Please give them another big round of applause. Without expert engineering help, so round of applause for coming. Great. Also had a little help on the door today over because the last couple of days, so thank you very much to Joshua Simpson. I'm also duty bound, but I don't do this every night, so I need to thank my lovely wife who has been helping out on the door. And last but most definitely not least, I need to thank our company for this evening, who I'm struggling to see, Mr. Stephen. Hey, wasn't he good? As I said at the start, these events have mostly been done in Scotland, but obviously now we've done Newcastle, Liverpool and Manchester. Whether we come here again remains to be seen. We'll sort of gather feedback and see what the appetite is and see if there's support from the local community and companies to do it again. Even if we don't, or whether we do, the Scottish events will be going ahead. So if anyone wants to come up and speak at the Scottish events or just attend during the tour going around, it's been amazing to see a whole bunch of people come around all three of these northern events this time round. That's a massive win in my book. I just want to see people move around the different regions. So you're very welcome to come up to the Scottish ones. Give me a shout if you want to speak at them as well. But hopefully with the appetite to do this again. I just need to thank our sponsors again, who were Invest Liverpool, University of Liverpool, LCR Connect, Invest Northeast and Newcastle Gateshead Initiative, as well as Johnston Carmichael, Pocket Sized Hands and Fallen Planet Studios. Please give all of them a big round of applause. Whether folk thought this was any good and we should do it again? That's a good sign. Okay, we will try. We will try. Thank you so much for coming along. It doesn't work if people don't come along, so thanks for coming along and staying so late. There's a ton of content, but it's great being able to fit it all in. Thanks for coming along again. Hope to see you soon. If you could just recycle your lanyards on your way out, the bar is going to stay open until 1 o'clock if you're in a party mood. Thank you.